And I request that, Joan, you usher the guest of honor and the rest of the team to the front so that we take the anthems and get started with our program. Yes, please. Engineer Soma, please join the team. Okay, Mr. Ruhesi, please. And I request Chief Guest that as Mr. Ruhesi joins us, we rise and have the anthems. Yes, please. Thank you very much. We may resume our seats. We have now officially kickstarted our program, and next we shall have an opening prayer to commit the day in the hands of the Lord, and that will be led by Miss Jennifer Etit Okaka, whom I request to step forward and lead us in prayer. But as she comes, just to let you know that after that, we shall have welcome remarks from the IFATSEA president to welcome you to Uganda, Mr. Isaac Kamugo, and I'll be sharing you with the rest of the program after the prayer. You're welcome, Jenny.
Thank you. I request that we stand up to honor God who has enabled each one of us here to be here in sound mind. Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, it is an honor when your children, the great thinkers of Africa, gather together in the Pearl of Africa to deliberate on ideas that will push our continent forward. We thank you for enabling each one of us here to be here. We thank you for the conference team that has worked around the corner to see that this meeting is successful. Thank you for the facilitators and everyone who will be speaking here. And even as we deliberate and we get to go back home, the same way you brought us safely, take us back safely to our respective homes. And now, Lord, we commit these 3 days, the 15th IFATSEA Africa Region meeting, into your able hands, so that our focus, the building and sustaining IFATSEA competencies in the digital era, will be successful, that our aim for a safer and sustainable future will be realized, that as we walk out of this place, we'll walk out with great ideas, but not just ideas that will be put into practice to build a continent for God and my country. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you very much, Jenny. So after the welcome remarks from the IFATSEA president, we'll have remarks from the IFATSEA Africa Regional Director, Mr. Sam Malangu. That will be followed by remarks by the Director Air Navigation Services of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Engineer Richard Ruhesi. Then we shall have remarks from Engineer Soma Ayub on behalf of the Director General of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. And then we shall have welcome remarks from the President of IFATSEA, Engineer Frank Kofi Appiagyei, followed by keynote address by the guest of honor. And as we prepare to have that, just to let you know that we have various countries in attendance. We have representatives from Kenya, Ghana, Angola, South Africa, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, DR Congo, and Uganda. And I'll be mentioning the others as we get to confirm them. So without much ado, I would like to welcome Engineer Isaac Kamugo to welcome you to Uganda. You're most welcome, Isaac.
Our guest of honor, Your Lordship, Justice Stephen Kavuma, the President of IFATSEA, Engineer Frank Kofi Appiagyei, our Director of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, represented by Engineer Soma Ayub, the Directors from Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, Engineer Richard Ruhesi and Engineer Ronnie Barongo, the members of management, board members present, our delegates from all over Africa, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to this 15th IFATSEA Africa Region meeting, which is held today, 17th June up to 19th June 2025, here in Kampala, the beautiful capital of Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Uganda is a gifted land with breathtaking landscapes, rich culture, and above all, people in Uganda are renowned for their warmth and hospitality. Okay? It is in this spirit that we've opened our doors, we've opened our hearts to receive you, dear guests. We hope that during your stay, you will not only engage in the professional exchanges, but also experience the unique and beautiful culture and kindness that define our country. Okay? We are deeply honored to host this 15th IFATSEA Africa meeting under the theme Digital Transformation in CNS ATM Systems, strengthening ATSEP competencies for a safer and sustainable future. Okay? This theme comes at a time when we are experiencing great technological advancements in the world today. This theme speaks directly to the heart of our profession. ATSEPs, we are the backbone of safety in the skies through our critical work on communication, navigation, and surveillance systems. Aviation in general is held up by the work of the great and strong men in the engineering profession all across the board. In this regard, I would like to commend the management of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority for the unwavering support and commitment to enhancing the technical competencies of our engineers in the industry. Through your continued support for the training programs, capacity building initiatives, and investment in modern CNS ATM systems, the authority has exhibited exemplary leadership in aligning with the global best practices and ensuring the readiness of our technical staff to meet the demands of the rapidly evolving aviation industry. The challenges and opportunities that come with digital transformation demand that we break silos, work across borders, and harness our collective expertise to develop solutions tailored to the unique needs of Africa's aviation sector. Okay? It is therefore important that this meeting is not only a forum for dialogue, but a springboard for joint ventures that will define the future of ATSEP profession on our continent. It is in this spirit that I therefore call upon all of us to embrace the spirit of innovation and collaborative research, because through this pathway, we take the continent forward. Over the next few days, we have prepared a rich and engaging program designed to foster dialogue, learning, and collaboration. The key highlights include technical presentations and panel discussions on emerging trends in digital transformation and innovative CNS ATM solutions, focusing on the fields of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and the use of drones. We also have a dedicated session on ATSEP licensing and harmonization of the certification program. This is to support safer and seamless airspace on the continent through enhancement of the technical competences of the ATSEPs. We also have a few demonstrations that showcase the innovative potential that we have here in Africa as ATSEPs. And finally, we will conclude the program with a social and cultural visit to one of our treasured places, that is the source of the River Nile, to experience the rich heritage and hospitality of our country. Let me take this opportunity to thank our primary sponsor, Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, for all the support and that has gone into organizing this function. In addition, I would also like to thank our international supporters and sponsors, that is ATNS from South Africa, who is a gold sponsor for this event. I want to thank Jotron, manufacturer for communication equipment, who've also sponsored this event, Citi, ACAMS, and our local sister organizations for supporting the organization of this function. I would like to thank the local organizing committee for the tireless work in putting up what we have here today. And I believe with your efforts and with your work, we shall have a very successful conference. To all delegates, I wish you productive discussions and a memorable stay in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isaac, for that wonderful preamble. Permit me to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of our board member, Madame Ethel Kamba. Please rise and wave to the members. She is also representing the chair of the board, Technical Safety and Security Subcommittee of the board. We are glad and honored to have you here today. Next, we are going to have remarks from the president of the International Federation of Air Traffic Safety and Electronics Association, Africa Region Director, Mr. Sam Malangu. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. I was ready to accept the promotion of being the president of IFATSEA, but I see you later corrected that. To the chairman of the board, Uganda CAA, and the representative of the Director General of the Uganda CAA, the IFATSEA president, my executive committee, which is the Africa Region Affiliate Committee, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed. Good morning, Wasuze Ocha. A very warm welcome to the Pearl of Africa in Kampala, Uganda. It gives me a great sense of honor and privilege to stand before you today at the opening ceremony of another installment of our regional meeting, which is the 15th IFATSEA Africa Region Gathering, organized and delivered courtesy of the Uganda Air Transport Safety Engineering Association, UGATSA, and on behalf of the local organizing committee here in Uganda, the Africa Region Organizing Committee spearheaded by the Secretariat Bless Adiaje, my executive committee, ARAG, I extend our sincere gratitude to each of you for joining us in this important gathering of the minds, expertise, and the shared purpose. This year's theme is digital transformation in the CNS ATM, strengthening the ATSEP competency for a safer and a sustainable future. It could not be more timely and more vital. As we navigate the ever-evolving landscape of aviation, we are reminded that safety, efficiency, and sustainability are not just aspirations, they are imperatives. And at the heart of these imperatives are the air traffic safety electronics personnel, the ATSEPs, the unsung heroes who ensure that the system guiding our skies remain reliable, resilient, and ready for the future. Digital transformation is indeed shaping the aviation industry at an unprecedented pace. From the artificial intelligence-driven air traffic management to the satellite-based navigation and remote tower technologies, we are witnessing a revolution in the CNS ATM systems. We are confronted with these exciting revolutions, which also demand that we are not only excited, but also responsible in our actions. The policymakers, the decision makers, and the key industry stakeholders must ensure that ATSEP are not only equipped with the tools of tomorrow, but are also empowered with the skills, the knowledge, and the adaptability to use them effectively and demonstrate the responsible leadership. This meeting is a platform to do just that, to share the best practices, to learn from one another, and forge a collective path for the betterment of our industry and the safety of the flying public. Over the next few days, we will delve into meaningful dialogues, technical closed sessions. Our partners, I share the same sentiment as our partners. I share the same sentiment as Engineer Isaac Kamuko, that the sponsors and all those who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible, thank you. The dedication is the foundation upon which this meeting stands. And thank you once again to Engineer Isaac Kamuko and the team for putting together such a beautiful gathering. You know, Isaac was telling me on the sideline that after this meeting, he will be reviewing his interest or appetite for a leadership role that includes organizing an event of this magnitude. I didn't give him an appropriate answer at the time when we had the conversation, as it was still crunching time. But now I can borrow from our departed president of South Africa, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, who once put it so eloquently when he said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." You and the team, you outdid yourself. You reached the finish line. And remember, we don't know what you planned. So therefore, we would not know what you plan. I mean, we don't know if what you plan does not go according to your plan, because it's only your plan. Unless we are talking about the obvious things, like allowing your delegates to listen on an empty stomach. I can promise you that that will not go down well with these delegates, especially my delegates, who shall remain anonymous. I have attended a couple of meetings with them in other parts of the globe. They will call it like it is when they are listening on an empty stomach. And ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this journey together, let us be guided by the shared vision, a safer, innovative, and a more sustainable aviation future for Africa and the world. May this meeting be both fruitful and inspiring, not for us only, but for the next generation of aviation professionals. Of course, with the stomachs of these delegates being taken good care of. Salam alaikum, merci beaucoup, muito obrigado, asante sana, webalenyo, I thank you.
Thank you very much. I think he deserves a bigger round of applause. For those who may be French-speaking, we have interpretation services and headsets at the back. You could raise your hand and be assisted with the headsets for the interpretation. Next, it's a pleasure and honor to welcome the person who supervises the president of IFATSEA, and that is none other than Engineer Richard Ruhesi, Director Air Navigation Services.
Thank you very much. Our guests of honor, Your Lordship, Stephen Kavuma, our chairman of the board, but here representing the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport, the President of IFATSEA, members of the board of Civil Aviation Authority, the Director General and the representative, the directors, fellow directors at Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, international and local dignitaries, special guests that have been invited by IFATSEA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I take this opportunity to welcome you to the 15th Africa Regional meeting of IFATSEA here in Kampala. My name is Richard Ruhesi. I'm the Director of Air Navigation at Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. The theme of this year, as you'll observe, is the digital transformation in CNS ATM, strengthening ATSEP competencies for the safer and sustainable future. And it is a very rich theme. It not only is timely, but also directly aligned to our strategies in the aviation industry, particularly here in Uganda at CAA. Civil aviation systems evolve. The systems are evolving very quickly, and so much, so is the requirement for the workforce to follow, including the system, other systems and policies. Honorable Minister, honorable guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, IFATSEA forms the backbone of our air navigation safety. The work of our officers underpins the safe and efficient operation of communication, navigation, and surveillance systems that in turn support the air traffic management systems. As a service provider for this service in Uganda, the Directorate of Air Navigation Services remains steadfast in ensuring that our engineers are empowered through continuous professional development, skills upgrade, and exposure to modern technologies. We have endeavored to invest. We have endeavored to invest in various systems, and we are particularly proud of some of our own even innovations that we have embarked on in our directorate. We, not too long ago, started a research and development entity, initially as a small unit, developing and growing. We've developed a number of systems. Initially, we started this effort as an initiative to manage some of our aging systems. This has now evolved into a very useful and innovating hub for our organization. As we embarked on developing these systems, we found out that we are fully developing our personnel. In the process, much of the untapped potential of the engineers is being displayed. Initially, when the typical IFATSEA work in the past was mainly maintenance, mainly remove and replace, but we have now embarked and moved into the area of innovation and R&D. And we particularly thank our management for allowing us to open this sort of area. Further, we are deliberately expanding the focus of these items. We started off within the engineering domain. We have moved into some of the corporate solutions. For instance, we've developed a computerized maintenance management system. We've contributed to the billing systems as an in-house effort. We are developing applications in-house for project monitoring and management and other integrated solutions. We also contribute to many other interministerial committees within government as part of this effort, all within the IFATSEA domain. We have also embarked, as you will hear over time, on the certification of our IFATSEA certification program. As we host you over the coming days, I encourage all delegates to share experiences and to learn from the presentations and panel discussions that have been prepared for you. I appeal that you treat this not only as a technical meeting. It should be a platform for forging partnerships, exchanging ideas, and sparking new collaborations. Our shared goal is to ensure that African aviation is safe, sustainable, and future ready. In conclusion, I thank the top leadership of here, of the IFATSEA, UGATSEA, our local chapter, and all organizers for bringing this important gathering to life. Last but not least, I will thank our sponsors who have enabled us to reach this stage. I wish all of you a fruitful engagement and a memorable experience in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ruhesi. It's now my pleasure and honor to warmly welcome Engineer Alhaji Soma Ayub, who is representing the Director General of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, to warmly welcome you and address you. You're welcome, sir.
The guest of honor and the chairman, Board of Directors, Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, representing the Minister of Works and Transport, the President of the International Federation of Air Traffic Safety Electronics Personnel, members of the Board of Directors and Management of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, distinguished delegates, members of the press, can see you very busy. Ladies and gentlemen, I salute all of you. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you all to the 15th Africa Regional Meeting of the International Federation of Air Traffic Safety Electronics Personnel in Kampala. It is a great honor for the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority to host this distinguished gathering of safety engineering professionals from across the continent and beyond. Therefore, once again, you are welcome. As it has been earlier articulated on this year's theme, which was thoughtfully chosen, the digital transformation in communication, navigation, and surveillance and air traffic management, strengthening the air traffic safety electronics personnel competencies for a safer and sustainable future. It is very true that this theme aligns with our current requirement of strategic priorities at the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, but in general also Africa. Therefore, as the aviation industry is trying to evolve and compete with the rest of the world, we also in Africa must align our workforce and systems and policies to ensure that they are in compliance. Ladies and gentlemen, engineers in the aviation who form the backbone of the air navigation safety are here to ensure that they promote the safe and efficient operation of communication, navigation, and surveillance systems. We in Uganda, who are still playing a role of a regulator and a service provider, we continue to remain steadfast in ensuring that our engineers are empowered through continuous professional development, skills upgrading, and exposure of modern technologies. Indeed, we have tried as much as possible to ensure that the investment in our professionals is continuing to be able to handle the demands of the digital era. We are today in the fourth industrial revolution that presents both opportunities and challenges, and it is our responsibility as leaders to prepare our teams to innovate, adapt, and lead. As Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, we are not just adopting this technology, but we are also fostering innovation. I am particularly encouraged by the work being done by our engineers under research and development as you indeed heard from the Director, Air Navigation, who has just spoken here. This has led, of course, to the development of our indigenous systems, as highlighted, such as the balanced scorecard strategy and performance management solution, the aeronautical bidding system, computerized management system, and many others. These solutions, fully developed by our internal research and development teams, demonstrate the untapped potential of the African engineering talent. Moreover, we are deliberately expanding our focus to improve non-aeronautical revenue generation as one of the strategic objectives over the next 5 years, thereby enhancing the sustainability of our operations while continuing to maintain the highest safety standards. They are our chief guest tonight, and everybody who is here, as we host you over these coming days. Ensure that in all your discussions, you try to increase on the discussions on the innovations, research, and development. That during this conference, it will bring in a lot of essence to play in the world technologies today. And the solutions should represent the spirit of African ingenuity, practical, forward-looking, and sustainable. Letting this conference be more than a meeting, we should indeed try to ensure that by the time we leave here, we have come up with partnerships, we have exchanged ideas, and we have sparked new collaborations, to which should not be just on paper, but that they will be the foundation of encouraging our innovation, research, and development further discussions, and which can be followed in the next agenda. As part of Uganda's commitment to embracing the digital transformation journey, the air navigation services has transitioned from reliance on only terrestrial navigation facilities, which are normally located on ground, to also using satellite-based navigation systems in all the phases of the flights. While the terrestrial facilities are still important, new technology emphasizes using satellite-based systems under performance-based navigation to enhance safety. In addition, our chief guest and everybody who is here, Uganda, in its own effort, has implemented direct routing procedures, which shorten the distance flown and reduce fuel burns. This becomes a cost-effective procedure. This also involves flying from point to point other than having to follow fixed routes. The other air navigation services technology advancement is adoption of continuous climb and descent operations with reduced workload to pilots and air traffic controllers, which has also enhanced passenger comfort and reduced noise and carbon emissions, among others. If it was not for time, dear our chief guest, I would continue to elaborate more and more, but it will be very important that I conclude. And as I conclude, I want to take this opportunity to thank the IFATSEA, the UGASEA, and all the organizers for bringing this important gathering to life. Because if you didn't do this, we wouldn't maybe be here. But when you look at the atmosphere, when you look at the people who are here, you know that we are going to have the best resultant effort in our discussion. I want to thank you, and I want to conclude by saying thank you very much. May the good Lord bless all of you.
Thank you very much for those wonderful welcome remarks. Before I introduce the next speaker, permit me to introduce one of our founding members, Engineer John Kagoro, who was a founding member of UGATSEA and also a previous chairman of that association, and also previously Director Airports and Aviation Security at Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. We are pleased and honored to have you here in the audience. It's now my pleasure and honor to warmly welcome the President of IFATSEA, Engineer Frank Kofi. You are most welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. The guest of honor and the representative of the Ministry of Transport and Works, Engineer Esi, the representative of the Director General of the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. I recognize the Secretary General of the Association of the African Aviation Training Organizations, Madam Margaret, the Regional Director for IFATSEA, Sam, President, UGASEA, ATSAP, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start with my speech, let me say that, Engineer Esi, thank you very much for the information given to us, especially regarding the investments in the technical personnel here. IFATSEA is grateful, and please, Engineer Isaac, ensure that you capture that in your report to the Cape Town Assembly. Thank you, so that we can share that over there. It is with great joy that I join you today for the 15th Region Africa meeting, an initiative rekindled under my leadership in 2015 after many years of dormancy. I tip my hat to the current leadership, especially ATSAP Sam, for his exceptional dedication in sustaining this momentum. Sam, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly allow me to dedicate my speech to the victims of the recent Air India tragedy, honoring their memory as we reflect on the future of aviation safety and our collective responsibility in ensuring a safer sky for all. Exactly on June 12, 2025, shortly after 1:38 p.m. Indian Standard Time, Air India Flight 171 en route to London Gatwick Airport in the United Kingdom tragically crashed shortly after takeoff from Ahmedabad Airport. The aircraft lost altitude rapidly and crashed into a hostel block of BJ Medical College in Ahmedabad. 241 lives were lost in the tragic crash of Air India Flight 171. Very sad. This catastrophe has left an indelible mark on the aviation community, reminding us of the fragility of life and the responsibility we bear in ensuring the safety of every passenger and crew member who entrust this journey to the skies. Each person aboard Flight 171 had a story, a family, and dreams for the future. Their loss is just not a statistic. It is a profound tragedy that has left families shattered, communities grieving. As industry professionals, we need to stay together to offer our deepest condolences to the bereaved families and to reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that such a disaster never happens again. This tragedy compels us to reflect on the critical importance of aviation safety. While air travel remains one of the safest modes of transportation, incidents like this reminds us that continuous vigilance, technological advancements, and rigorous safety protocols are very, very essential. Investigations into the crash are ongoing, with experts analyzing the black box data to determine the exact cause. There are some reports that suggest possible engine failure and loss of trust leading to the aircraft's rapid descent. Whatever the findings, we must ensure that lessons learned translate into stronger regulations, improved pilot training, and enhanced aircraft monitoring systems. We need to strengthen global aviation standards. That is the way to go. Aviation safety is a collective responsibility. Governments, airlines, regulatory bodies, and aviation professionals must work together to enhance aircraft maintenance protocols to prevent mechanical failures. They must also work together to improve pilot training to handle emergency situations effectively, and they must strengthen cybersecurity measures to protect air traffic systems from digital threats. Above all, we need to advocate for ASAP inclusion in global training standards to ensure air traffic safety electronic personnel are adequately prepared. As I bring my speech to a conclusion, let me conclude with these consoling words and assurances. And to the families who mourn, let me assure you that the world mourns with you. Your loved ones will never be forgotten. Their stories would be told, their lives will be honored, and their memories will live on in many hearts. To us in the aviation community, let this tragedy serve as a wake-up call. We must redouble our efforts to ensure that every flight is as safe as possible. We owe it to the victims of Flight 171, to their families, and to every person who steps onto an aircraft with the expectation of reaching their destination safely. May we find solace in unity, hope in remembrance, and strength in our shared commitment to a safer future. Let us engage in meaningful deliberations, fostering dialogue that shapes progress during this 3-day meeting. And of course, let us keep Munyonyo, a beautiful town of Uganda, very, very active and buzzing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I request Engineer Soma to come back here briefly? I request you to invite the guest of honor, who is representing the Minister of Works and Transport, to address the gathering.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Let me take this opportunity to invite our Lord Chair, Board of Directors of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, representing the Minister of Works and Transport, Honorable Dr. Stephen Kavuma. You are welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Engineer Soma forgot to tell you that I am also justice. Until not so many years ago, I was sitting the other side, this side, as I face you, you would be the court, and this would be, I would send some people to prison, but I'm not doing, I'm not doing that anymore, and I'm not intending to do it here. But I want to give you one small order, and you know when a judge gives an order, you obey. Not so? Otherwise, you are guilty of contempt. And I can see nobody is going to be so. So can you please stand up one moment and, Very good. You can, yeah? Thank you very much. Now you can sit. You are a very good audience. Huh? I want to start by conveying the greetings from the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport, Honorable General Edward Katumba Wamala, who unfortunately has not been able to be with you, although he wanted to be here due to other state duties, and he therefore asked me to represent him. And he said he may not be here physically, but he is with you in spirit, and he will be following what we are doing. He also said you would do very well to clap for that assurance. Thank you very much. The president of the International Federation of Air Traffic Safety Electronics Personnel, you forgive me if I don't go into these abbreviations. I find in your profession, abbreviations are the, food, daily food, chakula ya kawaida. If I skip them, it's not out of disrespect. It is for comfort. Members of the Board of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority who are here, the Acting Director General of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, Management of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and all our guests around. I think it is better I adopt the protocol that has been given by those who have been before me. I can see you have agreed. Thank you very much. I adopt that protocol and it becomes part of my protocol. After that, I warmly welcome all international and local delegates to the Pearl of Africa, and I say Karibuni. I also wish to congratulate, by the way, these are the words of the minister. It is not for the small Kavuma who is standing before you. These are the words of the Honorable Minister. I wish also to congratulate the Uganda Air Transport Safety Engineers Association on the hosting of this important event. Internationally, aviation continues to play a key role in fostering economic growth by offering global connectivity that promotes business growth as it efficiently facilitates exchange of goods and services. Safety of aviation is therefore of critical importance, and the role played by engineers in aviation cannot be overemphasized. Engineers are engaged in the design, installation, commissioning, operation, and maintenance of aviation infrastructure, which is a critical role in ensuring that the aviation industry thrives safely. Aviation continues to be the safest means of transport because of the deliberate effort of professionals like you. aviation safety ought to be taken seriously at all costs because the outcomes of in the event of an accident are devastating, and a major aircraft accident can record high fatality counts, often higher than individual accidents involving cars, and it also attracts a lot of international news coverage. I think this message could not be more timely now, as remember, like we have been reminded of those who went to heaven. I'm sure nobody went to hell through that tragic accident of the Air India. This meeting under the theme, Digital Transformation in Communication, Navigation, Surveillance, Air Traffic Management, Strengthening Air Traffic Safety, Electronics Personnel, Competences for a Safer and Sustainable Future, reverberates the importance of putting competency at the forefront of aviation engineering practitioners in the advent of evolving technology. The world is at a critical point in time where rapid technological advancements are reshaping the aviation landscape. As leaders, we must ensure that our engineers are equipped with the skills, tools, and mindset required to navigate this digital era effectively. The need for our engineers to be up to date and proficient through continuous knowledge acquisition and practice is a culture enshrined in our procedures, and Uganda Civil Aviation Authority is a champion on professional growth through a rigorous training regime. Uganda Civil Aviation Authority continuously allocates an adequate training budget to enable our engineers to keep abreast with industry developments. I am reliably informed that training is usually the first victim of budget cuts in most organizations. However, in the highly technical aviation industry, with ever-evolving technology, it should never be looked at as an expense, but rather an investment to grow local talent and capacity to keep fueling the aviation industry. Uganda's aviation industry is committed to championing innovation in every facet of air navigation services. We are investing in modern infrastructure, supporting research and development, and fostering partnerships that promote homegrown solutions to the unique challenges faced by Africa's aviation sector. However, technology alone will not guarantee safety or sustainability. It is the competence, integrity, and dedication of our engineers that will determine our success. That is why we are focused on capacity building, continuous professional development, and the creation of enabling environments where our engineers can thrive, innovate, and lead. Let me also underscore the importance of collaboration. This meeting represents a unique opportunity for regional solidarity. Through shared learning and joining initiatives, Africa can position itself not as a follower of global trends, but as a driver of meaningful innovation in aviation systems to enhance safety and efficiency. Please feel free to share experiences and focus on how the unstoppable digital transformation in CNS ATM technology will impact the industry and the necessary turns we should take to navigate this area. The advent of the fourth industrial revolution with the evolution of artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, Internet of Things, and such advancements call on engineering professionals to embrace the change and leverage it for enhancement of implementation of services, of service provision. The government of Uganda is committed to promoting seamless integration of technology in improvement of service delivery and is open to dialogue with professional associations in this regard. We are open for dialogue with the, you call it IFATSEA leadership regarding future support initiatives that enhance capacity building, promote innovation, and uphold safety standards. I look forward to receiving a report of the key outcomes of this meeting to establish how government can further support the growth of the industry. This meeting is being convened a week after the global aviation fraternity was shocked by the unfortunate news of a fatal aircraft accident of a London-bound Air India flight with 242 passengers on board. We stand in unison with all the families, friends, and stakeholders affected by this tragedy and condole with them. May I request that we observe a moment of silence in memory of the departed souls. Thank you very much. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Uganda is the pearl of Africa, and I encourage delegates to take time off and explore some of the games the country has to offer. I take this singular opportunity to declare the 15th IFATSEA African Regional Meeting officially opened and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you for your kind attention, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Very highly appreciated. We are now going to close with the anthems, but before we do that, just some quick announcements that after the anthems, we shall go for a group photo outside so that we have a record of this opening ceremony. The ushers will direct us to the steps where we are going to have the group photo from. And after the photo, we shall take a quick break where we shall have tea for less than 30 minutes and reconvene afterwards. And as we prepare to do that, guest of honor, permit me to also mention that there are other former IFATSEA presidents like Engineer Ronnie Barongo, our Director of Safety, Security and Economic Regulation. Another former IFATSEA president is Engineer Tudilava Fred, also here. Engineer Michael Kasirie is another. And Engineer Andrew Mwesije. Those are the people who laid the foundation after Engineer Kaguru started it all. We thank you very much for coming, Guest of honor, thank you very much for the wonderful remarks. Let us rise for the anthems. Thank you very much. Let us proceed for the group photo.
Everybody say, you are worthy to be glorified. still the reason for my living. You're the one who works and needs to come. All creation bow before you. Lord, I praise you, make them fire. You're the glory in my soul. Lord, I worship, yes, I worship. You are the living God. Alpha and Omega. Hey, Alpha and Omega. Alpha and Omega. I worship you today. Yeah, yeah. Alpha and Omega. Yes, I worship you. Lift my voice to you. There is my beautifier, you've taken away the shame, you've taken away the pain, you made my life so beautiful. My beautifier, you've taken away the shame, you've taken away the pain, you made me just like you. My beautifier, you've taken away the shame, taking away the pain. You made my life so beautiful. My beautifier, you've taken away the shame. You've taken away the pain. You made me just like you, my beautifier. My beautifier, you have taken away the shame. Taken away the pain. Made my life so beautiful. My beautifier, taking away the shame, taking away the pain, just like you, just like you. My beautifier, you have taken away the shame, taking away the pain, made my life so beautiful. My beautifier, taking away the shame, taking away the pain, make me just like you. My beautifier, you have taken away the shame, taking away the pain, made my life so beautiful. My beautifier, yeah, taking away the shame, taking away the pain, made me just like you. Just like you, just like you, in beauty and in power, just like you, in glory and in splendor, just like you, in riches and in honor, yeah. Taking away the shame, made me just like you, Jesus. You've taken away the pain, just like you. That's what you did, Jesus. And just like you, yeah. Woo. You've taken away the shame, made me just like you. My beautifier, you have taken away the shame, taken away the pain. I'm so grateful, Jesus. So beautiful. You are my beautifier. Taking away the shame, taking away the pain, made me just like you, just like you, yeah. Just like you. My life is so beautiful, just like you. You've given me glory, just like you, just like you, Jesus. You've taken away the shame, made me just like you, just like you, just like you. That's what you did, Jesus, and I'm so glad about it. You've taken away the sun, Jesus, yeah. You've taken away the shame, made me just like you. What belongs to you? What heaven and the earth. All power belongs to you. Power belongs to you. All power belongs to you. All power, heaven and the earth. All power belongs to you. It all belongs to you. Power belongs to you. All power belongs to you. In heaven and the earth. All power belongs to you. No other power, no greater power. Jesus, you're the only living God. Power to save and deliver. It all belongs to you. In heaven and the earth. All power belongs to you. Everybody say, power belongs to you. It all belongs to you. Heaven and the earth. All power belongs to you. It all belongs to you. Power belongs to you. It all belongs to you. Heaven and the earth. All power belongs to you. Only you, God. Power belongs to you. Only you, God. Power belongs to you. Heaven and the earth. All power belongs to you. Power to save. Power belongs to you. Power belongs to you. All power belongs to you. All power, all power, all power, all power, all power, all power. Heaven and the earth. All power belongs to you. All power, all power, all power, all power, all power. Heaven and the earth. All power belongs to you. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Heaven and the earth. All power belongs to you. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. You've done so much for me, I cannot tell it all. If I had 10,000 tongues, it still wouldn't be enough. Tukuna kwa marele, when you heal completely.
you do? Nothing impossible, nothing impossible. What can't you do? What won't you do? Nothing impossible with our God. You do not lie, you do not fail. What is hard for you to do? It doesn't exist. It's gonna never ever exist. You do not lie, you do not fail. What is hard for you to do? It doesn't exist. It's gonna never ever exist. According to your knowledge and your will for me, what you say you have done, I just need to align, no. Because you are not a man that changes your mind, oh. Those that know you will trust in you, not in horses and chariots. By the arm of flesh, no man can prevail. No man, no man, no man, no man. My confidence is you. What is hard? What is hard for you? It can never exist. Oh, you do not lie, you do not fail. What is hard for you to do? It doesn't exist. Oh, it can never ever exist. Oh, you do not lie, you do not fail. What is hard for you to do? To do, it can never ever exist. Oh, those that know you will trust in you, not in horses and chariots. By the arm of flesh, no man can prevail. Ask Abraham and Sarah, I'm a woman with the issue of blood. Oh, nothing hard for you. Ask Mama, now, blind Bartimaeus, make you go as the Israelites. Absolutely nothing hard for you. No man, no man, no man. My confidence is you. What is hard? What is hard for you? It can never exist. Oh, you do not lie. Oh, Jesus, Jesus, praise. Oh, you don't have the ability. You don't know how to fail. It is not in your capacity to fail. No, 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 no. For all that you've done, I give you thanks. For favor and grace, I give you thanks. Supernatural life, I give you thanks. For loving me, Lord, I give you thanks. You have done many marvelous things. I stand in awe of your wonderful words. You have done many marvelous things. I stand in awe of your wonderful words. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Protection and peace, I give you thanks. For health and for joy, I give you thanks. Prosperity, wealth, I give you thanks. For loving me, Lord, for you have done many marvelous things. I stand in awe of your wonderful words. For you have done many marvelous things. I stand in awe of your wonderful words. Yeah. for giving me victory. For all you've done for me. My God. Thank you, Lord. Jesus, I want to give you thanks for all you've done for me. Celebrate. For all you've done for me. My God, for who you are to me. My God, for giving me victory. For you are not a great. You are great. Testimony, testimony. I'm around a lady. That's who you are. I thank you, Lord. For you are not a great. Oh, I'm willing to be raised. For you are not a great. For you are not a great. I'm willing to be praised. For you are not a great. There is power in the name above all names. There is healing in the name, oh yeah. The name above all names. Deliverance in the name above all names. I see breakthrough in the name above all names. Mountains moving in the name above all names. Chains are breaking in the name above all names. Doors are opening in the name above all names. Miracles happening in the name above all names. Jesus is the name. Name above all names. Holy Jesus. Jesus is the name. Name above all names. Jesus is the name. Jesus is the name. The name above all names. Signs and wonders in the name above all names. Demons bow in the name, oh yeah. The name above all names. The name is a strong tower. The name above all names. I am saved in the name, oh God. The name above all names. My enemies scatter in the name. The name above all names. I got victory in the name, oh God. The name above all names. I am free in the name. The name above all names. I'm free to worship in the name.
Excellence and adoration center. To our partners, concur the same sentiment, share the same sentiment as Engineer Isaac Kamuko, that the sponsors and all who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible. Thank you. The dedication is the foundation upon which this meeting stands. And thank you once again to Engineer Isaac Kamuko and the team for putting together such a beautiful gathering. You know, Isaac was telling me on the sideline that after this meeting, he will be reviewed.
Is to ensure that African aviation is safe, sustainable, and future ready. In conclusion, I thank the top leadership of the top leadership here of the IFATSEA, our chapter, and all organizers for bringing this important gathering to life. But last but not least, I will thank our sponsors who have enabled us to reach this stage. I wish all of you a fruitful engagement and a memorable experience in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ruhesi. It's now my pleasure and honor to warmly welcome Engineer Alhaji Soma Ayub, who is representing the Director General of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, to warmly welcome you and address you. Welcome, sir.
Them say that I can never be all that I see. I've seen that.
The guest of honor and the chairman, board of directors, Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, representing the Minister of Works and Transport, the president of the International Federation of Air Traffic Safety Electronics Personnel, members of the board of directors and management.
Finally, we are starting the next activity, and that's a conversation with the IFATSEA president. For your information, this is the second time Uganda is hosting the IFATSEA president. It is a rare privilege. So, Mr. President, thank you for accepting this honor. Our moderator, Mr. Andrew Mwesige. Mr. Andrew Mwesige will be our moderator for this next item. Mr. Andrew Mwesige is former president of IFATSEA. Currently is the principal technical officer in charge of maintenance. He's a seasoned aviation professional with over 15 years experience in the industry, and he has held several portfolios over the years. He holds an MBA from the Uganda Management Institute and a bachelor's in electrical engineering from Makerere University. He has undergone extensive aviation training. He has played key roles in implementing the several CNS infrastructure projects in Uganda, and is a member of the technical committees, several including the Civil Military Interoperability Committee Group, IIM, I think that's Information and Infrastructure Management Working Group, among others. Engineer Mwesige enjoys networking and leveraging team synergy. He has been a very active member of IFATSEA right from the start, a key role in reactivating the membership of IFATSEA and IFATSEA, obviously, and he has previously served as the Secretary General of IFATSEA. He has been very fundamental in the reviving the IFATSEA fraternity. Mr. President, former of course, you're most welcome. Take the floor.
Okay. Now, I am going to be having a conversation with him, so I think I will use this one. Or we shall share the same. Since we are brothers, we can share the same. Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, delegates, and our invited guests. Yes, I'm very honored to have this conversation with my president. We've gone a long way with Engineer Frank, right from when we were re-registering IFATSEA. He really played a very big role in supporting us, you know, when we contacted him as young men then, he really, took us on and made sure that we are registered with IFATSEA. And Mr. President, you can see your fruit many years down the road. Yes. So I'm going to be speaking having a conversation with the IFATSEA president. And first of all, he is the first black president of IFATSEA. Yes. Before we used to have, many of them were coming from Europe. I think all the former presidents. Canada. Yes. So we are very proud that our very own son of Africa is the president of IFATSEA. Yeah. And hopefully it won't be the last one in a long time. So presidents, please come up. So Engineer Frank Kofi Apagye, my friend, first is a seasoned aviation expert, and he has specialized in civil aviation engineering operations, training, and regulations. Engineer Frank's career began in 2006 with the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority as an electronics engineer, gaining extensive experience in the aeronautical CNS domain, including frequency management. Engineer Frank Kofi Apagye holds a degree in electrical and electronics engineering, an MBA in finance, now that is multi-skilling, an advanced master's in air navigation systems engineering and operations from École Nationale d'Aviation Civile, ENAC, from France. In 2019, Engineer Frank trained in certification of compliance at the European Satellite Service Provider, ESSP, and he was elected Executive Secretary of IFATSEA and served in that capacity for 2 years. He represented Ghana Civil Aviation Authority on the Republic of Ghana's Ministry of Communications Spectrum Management Board. Then from 2009 to 2018, he served as the main technical representative on that same committee. In 2013, he was elected Regional Director for Africa at the IFATSEA General Assembly in Istanbul and appointed Senior Manager for Engineering Training back home in Ghana. Currently, Engineer Frank Kofi Apagye is the Director of the Ghana Civil Aviation Training Academy and the first African to be elected as president of IFATSEA in Las Vegas of last year, already mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Frank Kofi Apagye. Yes. So, Engineer Frank, I think I have this honor of having a conversation with you about IFATSEA. And it will be easy for me because we've known each other for very many years. Yeah? Yes. Congratulations upon being elected as the first African president of IFATSEA.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yeah. I think that our relationship come from a very long way now. I think we've moved. My ascension to the IFATSEA regional director position and subsequently to the executive board. I think you were partly instrumental in all of these things. And there are a whole lot of people here that gave me the support. And of course, to become the president of the International Federation, I think it's something that I never envisaged, but it was mooted, it's an idea mooted by the African caucus. And somehow, when we thought that it may not be possible, it became possible. Thank you very much, and especially for the role that Sam played in the run-up to the elections as the regional director for Africa. I'm very grateful. And for you, my friend, thank you. You've also led the way. And where's Fred? Fred, I think Fred handed over to you. Thank you very much. You've been dealing with all these people for all this while. Thank you, and I'm grateful to be here. Okay. And I don't know. You said that this is the second time IFATSEA is hosting the IFATSEA president. I'm sure the first one was not me because that was somewhere 2016. So it's the late Thorsten Ware. Yeah, he's late now. May his soul rest in perfect peace now. He passed on somewhere in 2021. Yes, around the COVID time. And once again, may his soul rest in peace. I was supposed to have been here with him at the time, and then something else cropped up. Yes. So thank you very much, and happy to have this conversation with you. Somehow, it's my own friend who's going to question me, so I'm sure that you fill in the gaps because you already know a lot of the things.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes. So, Frank, as we privately call you, since I know you've actually been very active in IFATSEA for very many years, and then you have a wealth of experience as far as actually our federation is concerned. I wanted to find out, maybe we tell our delegates how has it been ascending to the helm, the helm of IFATSEA, and what your experience has been so far at the helm of IFATSEA. Yes.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure the first part that I need to provide, I've already provided it in terms of how I ascended to the top seats within the IFATSEA fraternity. The second part is what you are asking about my experience so far.
Yes.
I think that I'm barely a year old in the seat as IFATSEA president. I think we are in June. I took the position somewhere in October. And so barely a year. So I need to have, so I'm not sure I'll have a lot of experiences as president. But it's been a combination of, let me say, some challenging times and some interesting times, of course. And again, let me say, somehow rewarding in some aspect of it, and I will explain. As for the interesting times, I think that we already know because when I started the journey within IFATSEA, I didn't know that I was going to climb to this stage. And I'm sure when I arrived and you met me, you said, look, you've gone through the ranks to this point. Then I remembered in those days how we were attending meetings. Hey, Jack, you are there. Thank you very much. There's been a couple of people that have been with me. And let me make mention that when we started this journey, at the time I had my Secretary General who was representing Tanzania there, Madam Margaret. She is here. Yeah. Thank you. We took a lot of inspirations from her at the time. I think she was managing the training academy then. Then Madam Mushi Aurelia took over from her as well. I remember the leadership in Tanzania at the time. So there are a couple of people that I know that we've been through all this while with them, and I remember their names very, very well. So that's the interesting journey. I'm sure that most of them, when they heard that I have become the president, they were very much happy. Yes. And I remember when I became the executive secretary, Madam Aurelia somehow got my number and called me and said, Frank, I knew you would get there. Yes, thank you. So those are the interesting times. The challenging moments. It's not easy taking the highest office within the federation because everybody is looking at you. Yeah, sure. And there are a lot of issues regarding the ASEP fraternity. And one of the things that struck me was after the Las Vegas assembly, I think a week or 2 weeks, then we got the information that a certain working paper within the ICAO had made its way in taking the ASEP profession out of IFATSEA document 9868. That's the That's the PANS training document. And I was shocked because I didn't expect that to happen. You know, previously, as a regional director on the board, we had worked so hard to get the profession into the PANS training document. And 10 years after, then you have somebody come with some working paper to say that, no, this group of people don't deserve. So I was shocked. And I said, wow, then there is a real challenge. Yes. What do I do? Would the ASEP fraternity say that the African man came and ensure that everything is taken out? Yeah, so that's the challenge I found myself in. But we are working towards it anyway. That's one part of it. I'm sure that we'll come to this topic as we move on. Yes. The other part has to do with the one I said is a bit rewarding because you are president. So wherever you go, you get the recognition and you get the attention as the IFATSEA president. That in itself is quite rewarding. Yes. And when I arrived, Isaac and Co had prepared a VIP treatment for me. And please, thank you very much. Isaac, thank you very much. I didn't expect it. I was shocked, really.
And actually, I want to thank the director airports who wrote just one note and they said VIP treatment.
Oh, wow. Yes. Thank you very much.
He has been supporting us.
So that has been the experience so far. But ultimately, I have been focusing my energy in terms of improving our global presence in the world. And so I'm sure that you've been seeing almost every aviation issue, you would hear the voice of the ATSEP on those issues. Yes. And that I think that is quite important for the profession. I'm sure, let me end here so that we can move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. Actually, picking up from this discussion, I don't know whether you could actually shed more light on the issues of ATSEP in Africa. You know, as the president, you've actually had international exposure to other, ATSEP organizations in Europe and, in Canada, the US, and now Africa. What do you see is the gap that we have in Africa and how we are going to bridge it, so that the ATSEP in Africa can also, be highly taken up in the profession? Because I know actually ATSEPs it's a very silent profession, very specialized. So actually you find sometimes that the ATSEP, actually even explaining, sometimes they ask you, what is your job? And after explaining it, people haven't yet gotten it. They don't know what exactly we do, yes. So I don't know what your plan for uplifting the gap of ATSEP in Africa, and what plan you have to ensure that all ATSEPs in Africa are on board and that we can move as one.
Okay, thank you very much. And I am an African, and I am from the region as well. I have been in the position that Sam is, but I'm sure that this particular one, Sam should have been the best to answer. But let's carry on. But I've been following. I've seen the great work that Sam is doing. Yes. I mean, honestly, there couldn't have been a better choice than Sam at the moment. Yes, I think he's. I have seen the committees that he has created. And I tell you, we don't even have that in IFATSEA. He will tell you that in our last executive board meeting, I got the board to approve of some of these committees that we need to have in the IFATSEA. And I borrowed it from what Sam is doing in Africa. He has the research committee, he has various committees. I think that those committees are very key and vital in closing the gaps that we have within the ATSEP fraternity. What Uganda is doing is not much different from what is happening in other places, but there are gaps. The gaps are in terms of the training that is offered. So some ANSPs put premium on training. Others also feel that it is a lot of cost. And so you receive information and complaints. And I tell you, this is true, that there are complaints from some other AFATSEA in Africa that they are lacking training. The ANSPs are refusing to offer continuous training to them. The only training that they have is when they are purchasing or they are about to deploy new systems. So if they are not deploying new systems, it means that you don't get trained. And that is problematic.
Yeah, sure.
Because if we believe that the AFATSEA job is critical in terms of certifying the air traffic management systems that we have, then clearly we need to do a lot more to build the capacity of the AFATSEA to improve their skills and competencies in order that they can uphold the highest safety standards that the industry requires. There is no standardization in terms of the training in Africa. I will tell you that I schooled in Europe and I worked a little bit in one of their industries, that's the ESSP. And I came into contact with the European regulations. They have a regulation that called EU Regulation 373. It standardizes the training of all AFATSEA in Europe.
Wow.
So there's no way that you would have a training in a specific domain that me in Ghana would also not have that particular training. Because there is a certifying body called IASA that comes to audit the whole of Europe. So when they get into your institution, they are auditing you per the standards that have been set. So they look at your training and all that. And this one, by the way, I'm sure it won't go anywhere. When I was in ESSP and IASA was auditing them, and they realized that I was the regional director for Africa and I have a lot of experience in IFATSEA. When it got to the training part of it, they had to call me to come and sit in to answer the questions for them. And that's the truth. They called me to answer those questions on training because otherwise they were going to be found wanting. You get it? So their training is standardized. Here is not standardized. That is a big gap that we need to be working at. If we're able to get that done, I believe that it would be better for all of us, especially with the industry. And I cannot end by praising what I have heard is being done here. That there's a lot of investment, you are being enthused to innovate and develop, which is better. Once that is done, I'm sure that it can be replicated in some other regions, or even the Ghanaians that are here have heard. There are a lot of young, vibrant, and these days we call them NGAP. They are the next generation of aviation professionals. They would go back and look at it and say, look, in what way can we learn from the motivation that they have seen in Uganda? And I'm sure that they will begin to do certain things and put things in place. So standardization is key and very important. If we can do that, I believe that it would go a long way to contribute to the safety improvements within the industry that we are all looking for.
Okay. Thank you very much, Frank, for that one. And indeed, standardization can be a challenge. I don't know what we can do for to encourage, first of all, the industry to, because at least we've been lucky in Uganda that training has been prioritized. And of course, though we sometimes suffer budget cuts, but at least it is not that severe. But we have other African maybe countries that really, like you've mentioned, have not prioritized training. They only train when maybe they're buying equipment, if at all there's any training actually. Yes, and I don't know, maybe as the president, of IFATSEA, what strategies we have to ensure that the regulator, and the industry are moving, in tandem to ensure that, as the minister noted, that the first cut, the first area of trimming, whenever there is budget allocation, is training. So to ensure that that is not done at the at the industry level, yeah, and also what strategy we can adopt as Africa, to ensure that there is standardization, or we adopt actually what is already there, and then we move on with it.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I want to say something. And please, Mr. Yanogo, forgive me if I mention your name in this instance. I think in 2015, was it in 2015, when we had the regional assembly in Ghana? And we had ERA, we had Indra that came to showcase their systems and made some presentation and all that. And I do recall that Mr. Yanogo took them on, that they had supplied a system that the training was being offered in a hotel room. You recall that? And he took them on. And I was very happy. See, these are some of the things that go against us. We define training in the acquisition of systems, all right. But we allow the manufacturers or the vendors to decide where they do the factory training. Okay. Yes, I know some of them, they go to the factory. But with the experience that we got in 2015, it was clear. And I remember Indra's response was that they didn't offer to do it in a hotel. You understand? So as leaders within the industry, especially professional bodies, we also have a duty to engage with our management to ensure that the proper training and proper settings are done to ensure that the professionals reap the maximum benefits of that training that will inure to the benefit of the industry too as well. Yeah, sure. For us as IFATSEA, one of the key things, and Sam will tell you, that we want to engage, and we've started the engagement. We want to engage at the highest level with ICAO. We want to create partnerships with industry manufacturers. And more especially, he will tell you that when we had the opportunity to be in Lisbon for the Airspace World, I can tell you that we spoke to as many manufacturers of CNS systems. And we are doing a follow-up on our conversations because we want to create that partnership with them. I believe that by creating that partnership with them, we would be able to have a voice to influence in terms of what is required for the ATSEP properly. If we do not do that, they will always come and tell us, this is what you need, this is what you need, instead of us telling them what we need. Yes. So that is one, engagement and creating partnership. The other part has to do with the, we have the ATSEP competency framework. And it's important that we continue to create advocacy on the ATSEP competency framework. That defines what training, duration, what type of training should be done, the categories and all that, from the very moment that you enter into the industry as an ATSEP and then you go through and all that. That should be looked at properly in line with the ICAO Critical Element 4 that talks about providing training and continuous training for technical personnel. I believe that under my tenure, that is one of the areas that we are keen at ensuring that we continue to create that advocacy and engage with ICAO So that, for example, now we have cybersecurity, you have AI. We need to ensure that we're able to include all of this in our competency framework so that it can become an example, a document that any ANSP can look on as far as the definition of training for the ATSEP in their institution is concerned. Yes. So,
Okay. Thank you very much. Actually, I want to pick on the area of engagement. You see, as engineers, I think because we deal with machines, we find it, sometimes we find it difficult to engage, you know. And yet actually out there in the world is full of other professions. Yeah. So when you find, when you don't engage, you can actually find that even sometimes the leaders of these, of the CAAs, of ANSPs may not actually have an engineering background, and yet actually they are the decision makers. So I think, I also think, I want to agree with you that as ATSEPs, let's not sit back and, make, watch things happen, sometimes you say, I did this and let the thing, let it be, let it take a natural flow. But I think engagement has an area of being active, it has an element of being active. You go and meet the decision makers, have a discussion with them, keep in their faces so that they don't forget you, Yes, because there are other professions actually who are good at keeping in the faces of the decision makers, Yeah, then ATSEPs were there in the cold rooms, following maintenance schedules and installations, and the other people don't know you, So when it comes to a decision, to making decisions, you may find that many a time we may not be as prioritized as we ought to be because they just don't see us, They just don't see you. Yes. So I think that is it's a very good one that I think we need to take on, especially the various executive committees that are here. Let us endeavor to be in the faces of the decision makers, so they know us. They know us. And when we are driving our agenda right from the top, from IFATSEA, when these documents are coming down, and they find when they already, they already known. So please, that is something that I think we need to take home as the leaders of these associations. Then, Frank, this theme, about digital transformation. Yes, technology has come, and we cannot shy away from it, but we have to embrace it. Yes. So, as ATSEPs, how do you see our role evolving? As this technology, is coming in.
Thank you very much. I think you've already answered that we have to embrace it. See, I think I have said it somewhere, and because I think it's become something that is always with me.
Yeah. Actually, before you go, and I remember one of those meetings we had. I think it was the IFATSEA International, Convention. I think it was in Berlin, yes, where this issue came up strongly, and you find that some artists were really afraid of technology. I remember that time we're talking about, the phasing out of conventional, technology, and then moving on to, the space-based and things like that. And a portion were really skeptical because they are like, our jobs are going. What shall we do? So it's something that I think you need to shed more light on, because the technology has kept evolving, and it may leave us behind if we don't jump on the board.
Yes. Thank you very much, and more especially it borders on safety. So if you don't embrace it, how can we contribute to the safety that the industry requires of professionals of our kind? So the industry, I have said it, and I will continue to say it, nowadays it's become complex. If you look at from the days that the industry was set up and up to with 6 regulations, and now how many regulations do we have? 19. There are 19 annexes, set up with 6 annexes, and now we have, 19 annexes. So clearly, it's becoming complex. If it's not complex, there won't be enough annexes to ensure that it's able to deal with the various facets of what we see within the industry. So day in and day out, and it's made complex by technology. That's the point, because you do not even complete learning a technology and a new one comes on board. That's the fact. While you're on a technology A, before you see another technology B has come. And you don't even know what you have to do. Look, let's go into the surveillance environment. They started with these traditional radars that were a traveling wave and traveling wave tube, TWT. Then they went to what? Calistron, magnetron. Then they came to the HPA, high-powered amplifiers. Now, then they moved to what we call the MSSR, which is a high-powered amplifier. Then we have what? Mode S. Is that not it? Then they said the mode S they did was elementary. Then they brought what? Enhanced. Somehow, then we heard that there's something called multilateration. Oh, then ADSB has come in. Then, whilst everybody was trying to champion ADSB, then they say cellular-based ADSB. Yes. So what again? Where are we heading to? Then now we have GNSS. You get it? S-bars, A-bars, G-bars, everything. And there are more and more technology that is coming up. We started with voice, now there's digital. Yes. So the technology will not stop, no matter what. It's evolving and it will continue to evolve. We have now AI integration into systems and all that. A lot of systems have become AI-driven. And the question is, what becomes of the AFSEA in all of these things? I think that's what you are looking at. Yes. As well as we embrace the technology. I remember when I was in school, I learned something that there was a new technology called the IFATSEA. That has to do with, they were looking at where aircrafts would be able to navigate its path without the help of the air traffic controller. And all those things. Then the air traffic controllers some of them who were going to branch, because I branched into the CNS systems and others also branched into the ATM. Okay. Some of them were like, what is going to be of our job and all that, all of these things. There are so many things. So technology is important. It simplifies things, all right. But if we do not embrace it, we would be out of touch. And somebody else will come and take our job. We need to adapt as professionals. We cannot continue in the old ways of providing maintenance, in the old ways of releasing systems into operations and all that. We need to adapt and take on the new technologies. Those critical skills that are required in today's environment are very important, that AFSEA all over look at it and train themselves to ensure that they are able to acquire those skills to be ready for the future. I witnessed a session in the airspace world. And it appeared to me that it was a bit scary when I heard it. The DFS in Germany, what they are doing now is they are trying to push all their maintenance regimes into the cloud. So you ask yourself that when they do this, what will become of the AFSEA in terms of maintaining? Yes. And it is going to be driven by AI. So what would become of the AFSEA? That's a critical. In fact, when I witnessed that session, I was a bit in fact, concerned. Yeah, I was a bit concerned. But I said that's technology. We must find new ways. Yeah. That is why we have innovation. You need to innovate in order that you can also make your skills very relevant in the times that you find yourself. So yes, there are all of these digitization, AI, and a whole lot of things. But ensuring the system integrity and addressing the cyber security threat. I'm not sure that it's the AI that is going to do that. You need the human intervention. And the human would always be placed at the center of all of these things. What is required is that you would have to acquire that skills to be able to monitor the AI-based systems. Because if you don't have the skills, you will not be able to monitor the AI-based systems.
Yes.
It is through the monitoring that we would be able to ensure the system integrity, system reliability, and at the same time, being able to also address what we refer to as the cybersecurity issues.
Okay. And I think you put it rightly that we need to embrace this. I think for Uganda, many years ago when Engineer Kagoro was still our director, they actually had that idea of, he incubated the idea of having a research and development, section of the CNS here. And actually, from the time he left, of course, he handed over to Engineer Ruhesi there, but they've actually, we see that actually they are putting a lot of effort in ensuring that actually we have, there is a gap that they are going to fill, especially in, like we're saying, system integrity monitoring and, and solution, process improvement, and solutions development. And, it is, I believe actually that our R&D is just taking off, yes. And we've seen the wonderful solutions that they are talking about,
That's very encouraging.
Yes, very encouraging.
Very
because,
encouraging.
Yeah, we can actually, see that as IFATSEA, we are not only, it's not only tunnel vision, but actually you can expand the scope. Possibly our team can even, now even package the products and maybe even take them on the market so that we don't only have European products.
I'm saying that I'm really proud to associate myself with the innovations that I have had being done in Uganda. And I think that it's a story that we need to share. Not just share it as a story, but encourage the other regions with the ASEP to begin to look at these kind of innovations and see how they can learn from it and implement it as well. Yeah. If we're able to do that, I'm sure that by this, I'm sure you are able to also cut down some costs as well, and which is very good.
And also, President, that I think Africa, we need to start, if not already, we need to start to believing in ourselves, in our solutions, in homegrown solutions. Because you can find that, as sometimes when I think we've just been stereotyped that when maybe they expected the president of, IFATSEA, possibly they expect to see a white man.
Oh, yes.
They thought a white man is going to
I shouldn't be black.
So I think as Africa, we need also to support ourselves. When we have solutions, maybe wherever, from Kenya, from Uganda, from Ghana, Nigeria, when, for example, maybe if Ghana has a solution and that is commercialized and they come to present, we should also give it the same attention that will give a team from maybe Europe or wherever, yes. And ensure that, we support, because no one is coming to build Africa. No one is coming to rescue us. We are the ones who have to, pick it up, especially the generation that we are in, where technology is advancing very fast, where the world is a global village. We need to really embrace each other and support each other instead of fighting African products.
And I tell you that the generation we have are very, very intelligent. I mean, we call them the computer generation. They are very intelligent, and they are able to pick up things very fast, learn quickly. And given the opportunity and the freedom, I believe that they will be able to innovate and bring some improvements in terms of what we do as ATSEP and to contribute to the overall safety. I think that everything that we do is aiming at one thing. We want to ensure industry safety. We don't want accidents. We don't want incidents. We want a situation where when I take off from Uganda to Accra, I should be able to land safely without any hitches. And that's what everybody wants. I landed here safely without any hitches. Thankfully, that's great. That's what we want. And if the systems here were not working properly, I'm sure that the pilots would have issues in landing or in aligning to the runway or in even having correspondence with the air traffic controller on duty and all that. So that's what we want. So everything that we do, when we innovate, the improvement we bring must be geared towards ensuring industry safety. Yes, and that's it.
So, Frank, I want to take you back to what you pointed up earlier on the issue of the development of trying to exclude ATSEP from 9868, yes, which is quite problematic for us as ATSEP. So, as IFATSEA, what steps are we taking to ensure that we address this challenge so that the professional development and development of competences of ATSEP is actually not swept under the rug or put behind the curtain?
Thank you very much, and thank you. You know, this issue is very dear to me. When it comes to about ATSEP training, which has to do with Annex 1, our recognition and all that. It is something that, I mean, you know it, as a regional director, I've been hammering on some of these things. So we will not allow this issue to rest. Okay. So let me give you the history. So we have a FAST representative from the ICAO panel for training and licensing. And I think that in one of their last meetings, a working paper was submitted. That was when they got a shock of their life that the working paper was emanated from Transport Canada, supported by someone from Hero Control, and they got that paper to pass. So, and basically, what the paper says is that they want to align Annex 1. You see where they took the thing from, that ATSEP is not in Annex 1, and that the PANS training document 9868 is addressing training for those in Annex 1. So when they look at the PANS training document, they see all the professionals, but they don't see all the professionals in Annex 1. So they need some kind of alignment. And the best effort that they can take is rather to take ATSEP from the PANS training document, rather than to say that, okay, why not include them in the Annex 1? You see it. So they chose that option. And we have rejected the reasons because we feel that by taking the ATSEP out of the PANS training document, you will be undermining air traffic safety. The critical role that the ATSEP play in terms of managing the ATM systems and ensuring that they are safe for use by the air traffic controllers and they are safe for use by pilots. Let's get it. Sometimes we think that only for air traffic controllers. The controllers don't use the ILS. So the ILS is direct. The engineers and the pilots. That's it. So, and it's our responsibility to ensure that the ILS, they are well calibrated to ensure that the signals are being sent correctly and are in proper alignment as well. So we have rejected that, and we feel that that would undermine safety. Apart from that too, we already have issues, and I've talked about it, that some ANSPs are even refusing to offer continuous training to their ATSEP. Some are also putting some kind of expenditure on it to say that it is highly expensive to provide training in this particular domain, and so they don't do it. Concept courses are just for you to have understanding of the industry and the system, but that is not technical training as well. So some just do what they call the concept training. They do 1 week, 3 days concept training, and that is it. You expect a person to come and perform magic on the system. That will not work. So by taking that out, What it means is that you will empower the hands of those organizations that already are not willing to provide training. To say that there's not even any documentation where you feature for us to provide that kind of training to you. So we won't do it. And you have no reference material to show that, look, I'm defined here and that I have to be trained. In that case, even when you now come back to quote critical element 4, if you are not careful, they say technical personnel, but you are not defined in. Yes, you are not defined in the PANS training documents, and that becomes problematic. So we identify that this is quite a serious issue, and we need to deal with it and tackle it head on. So we registered our concerns with ICAO by, first of all, writing a letter to ICAO on what has happened. Apart from that, too, we have engaged ICAO in ensuring that we get this matter resolved. Okay. What we do know is that when the PTLP finishes its work, it would have to move. I think they will do one more meeting. They will move to the Air Navigation Commission. That is where, if the ANC of ICAO upholds that paper, then that means that we are off. Okay. You understand? Luckily, I had the opportunity to participate in the AFI Week in Zimbabwe. I met with the ICAO Secretary General, Mr. Salazar. Even before that, we were both on the same plane, and I sat 2 seats behind him. So we established the rapport already. And so in Zimbabwe, I had a session with him where I discussed the issue. To tell you the truth, he was actually shocked. Yes, he was not the only person I discussed with. He, together with the head of the Capacity Development Bureau, Capacity Development and Innovation Bureau. It's called George Vargas or something of that sort. Yeah, George Vargas. Yes. So he was shocked, and he asked George whether he was aware of anything of this nature, and George said no. So he gave an advice, and I've started following through with the advice. We have the General Assembly coming up. Okay. Of course, we need to try and see how we can arrest that situation through the General Assembly as well. There will be some working papers in that effect to ensure that this does not get through. Okay. But I'll tell you that the Secretary General asked that we go to the Air Navigation Commission and get that not passed there. But you know that IFATSEA is simply an observer within the Air Navigation Commission. So we do not have a vote there. We can voice our concerns. Yes. But we need the collaboration of the CAAs and the ANSPs in this instance. And so if you recall, when we got wind of the issue, I called an emergency meeting of all IFATSEA. I'm sure that the most president participated in that meeting. That's where I presented the issue and asked for their support. What we did was to provide a framework in terms of what we think what should be done, and ask them to go to their ANSPs. And in this case, I want to find out. Mr. Hezi, please. Yes, I want to find out here. Did Isaac come to you with this issue? With this issue, needing your support in that direction? Because we need the NSPs to support in terms of also putting their voice across to say that, no, you cannot take this profession out of the PANS training document, because that is the only document that ensures training of the technical personnel, and it's important. Sure. I know that some of, and this is what we talked about, the engagement. Yes. Most of the presidents are not engaging with their functional
top
heads.
yes, top
You
leadership.
get it, top leadership.
Yes.
And so they are not able to take the issues to them to say that these are the issues affecting our profession,
That we
and
need to
IFATSEA
advance, yeah.
needs your support in this instance. IFATSEA will be presenting a working paper in that direction, believing and hoping that I know
The
that
stakes.
recently Sam, I think he put it on the platform, you know, on the African region platform. I'm also there. I think that there's some kind of news there that there are some ANSPs that want to take the issues to ICAO. I know that there are about 5 countries in Europe that have teamed up to take the issues to ICAO completely to say that, no, this is wrong. We have engaged with the proponents of those, the working paper, the Transport Canada, and the lady from Eurocontrol, who supported that paper as well. Okay. I believe that I'm hoping that it doesn't get passed at the Navigation Commission's level. But of course, we need the interventions, strong intervention of the region. And I'm hoping that Sam would go to AFCAC and say that, look, this is the issue. AFCAC, we have a General Assembly coming up. Can you take this issue up at the General Assembly in terms of a working paper or something of that sort that should help in terms of addressing the situation? Yeah. So by and large, this is the effort that we have put in place to ensure that we don't get that done. Apart from that, too, let me also say that the alternative that we are seeking to propose is to go back to an extent that defines our role, and to ensure that training is incorporated in an extent. Okay. I think that if we have that done, I'm sure that we may not have to come back to this PANS training document and all that, because when you take that and extend, it defines the training of AFATSEA and all that. So that's one of the things that we are intending to do. And personally, I've started writing a working paper on that. I'm sure when I finish, I was telling the regional secretary, Bress, that when I finish, I'll give it to Sam to have a look at, see what inputs he can put so that we can submit it. So this is the probably the small thing that we have been trying to do at the moment on this issue. Okay. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Frank, for elaborating, shedding more light on that issue. And I think the call has been made to all of us, the executive of our national associations, that we need to engage. We cannot sit back. Like he was saying, someone can actually just smuggle the sentence and you're out. And undoing that sentence can take us a lot of hard work. So I think we need to take up this call from the IFATSEA president to engage, engineers. Let's engage. We call it politics. But yeah, we should not shy away from politics, because politics affects us, now like we have been affected. Yeah, so please engage our leadership, the top leadership of our CAAs, of our ANSPs, so that when they go, when they go to the General Assembly, when they go to these technical meetings, they are well aware of our position, of our challenges, and actually they can be able to support us, because people can't support you if they don't know what your problem is. Yeah, so engagement cannot be overly emphasized, yes. So, Mr. President, our time is fast spent, but I don't know what you can give us as parting shots as AFATSEA in Africa, and how you can rally us or give us a word of wisdom, just some parting shots for AFATSEA who are represented here and for the nations that are here.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you again for this opportunity and honor. Before I come back to what you have asked me to do, let me mention that often when IFATSEA presents a paper at the ICAO Assembly, we hardly get the support of the various ANSPs. Okay. And that has been problematic. I believe that in 2013, we almost succeeded in getting the ASEP profession in ICAO Annex 1. And I know there was a little bit of politics that took place there, because when the paper was read and they asked for support in that one, I think that there was enough support. But they then said that they were going to take a vote. When they took the vote, they did not come back to tell us whether the paper succeeded or didn't succeed. And it was the first time I had seen an IFATSEA, an ICAO assembly, taking a vote on a paper in that particular assembly. And they didn't come back to say that the results. Yeah, they didn't mention the results. They only came back and made a statement that ICAO would not stop, I'm just paraphrasing, would not stop any national entity from implementing ASEP licensing once they deem it fit. That is a safety issue for their region and all that. Those were the things that they put there in the statement. If you look at Assembly Resolution 2013, I think that somewhere page 40 something or so, you would see there, that statement is put there. You see, that's how come. So we knew at that point that paper had succeeded, but they managed to shelve it and put that statement there. And of course, that statement they put there, it did not encourage a lot of ANSP to say that people want to see it in the regulation, the annex, that this is there, so I'm going to do this. So I know that Uganda is trying to have the ASEP certification and all that. Of course, we can do it because Ghana, I'm already a licensed ASEP, and that's it. Because there's a leeway for us in the Chicago Convention, Article 38. If you decide to do otherwise, you only need to file the difference with ICAO, that in this region, and that's what Ghana did, that, okay, we don't have it in the annexes, but we have decided to implement ASEP licensing. So we only file the difference based on Article 38 with ICAO, and that's it. So it's recognized. ICAO knows that I am a licensed ASEP in Ghana. And I'll give you an example. We had an ASEP in Ghana whose wife was a Canadian. And he needed to join his wife. But because he was a licensed ASEP, he got fit into the Canadian air navigation industry. And he's in Toronto working. Yes, as an ASEP there as well. So that is one beautiful thing about the ASEP licensing. At least it gives you the opportunity to cross border to some other jurisdiction and then provide your expertise there as well. So if you have, for example, if we have a challenge on a system, I should be able to call you to come to Ghana to assist us rather than inviting the system manufacturer somewhere to come and do the interventions we have, because I know that you are licensed, you have the expertise on that particular system. So my call is that please, when we have papers at the ICAO General Assembly, please let us support it with all the might that we have, especially if we believe in the cause. IFATSEA will not submit a paper that is anti-safety. Yes, we submit a paper that will enhance the safety of our work and the safety of the professionals who perform their role, and also largely to the industry as well. We know that these days we have technology all over. AI is all over. Whether we like it or not, it will be integrated in our scope of work, in our systems and all that. Please, let us do our best as ASEP to learn. Let us adapt. Let us acquire the skills to be able to stand ready for the future. continuous learning is very important. Sometimes we feel that we are all right, the expert on the system, but we don't want to refresh. Let us do that. Let us embrace it. Let us do a lot more continuous learning. Let us refresh our skills, and where we have opportunity to move up, don't be shy. Please move, so that younger generations can also come up and fill your positions. Let us not be the grandfather of a particular system in a particular position like that. If we have to move, please let us move where the opportunity avails itself. On this note, I want to thank you so much, and thank you, the people of Uganda and IFATSEA, for this honor done me. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Okay, that was our president of IFATSEA, Engineer Frank Kofi Apeje, sharing his thoughts on the future, the present and the future of IFATSEA. And we've heard about his encouragement to all of us for active participation, for engagement, for embracing technology, for embracing change, and not sitting back as IFATSEA, but really ensuring that we are progressive, we are visible, Mr. President, Uganda has about 44 IFATSEA. Yeah, so that's a small number, given that the population is 45 million, almost 50 million. Yeah, so for you to be recognized in the country, you have to make a lot of noise. So IFATSEA, please don't sit back, make noise, because we are endangered species. Yeah, but then yes, but I want to also thank IFATSEA because, Mr. President, as you know, in Uganda, our association is umbrella. Yeah, so we took on our colleagues in the industry, in the profession. So we find that IFATSEA has a membership across. So actually, we have people from electrical, people from civil. We have people, even from the regulator. Some regulators actually, whose background is IFATSEA, are members of IFATSEA. Yes.
It's not different from Ghana much.
Okay.
Ghana to Bless is a regulator.
Hey.
Yes, I know that this system is also in some other regions.
Regions, yes.
But I learned this, I think, when Fred was the president. So
Yeah.
when I got to know that you are a bigger association.
Yes, we're bigger.
Bigger association with all the
Disciplines. Yeah, the disciplines.
That is great.
Yeah. So thank you very much. I think we have taken some notes home, and I wish to hand over to our program leader, Michael. And thank you very much, Mr. President. And we shall keep interacting.
Before you leave, thank you very much. Uganda, for us, we are very hospitable, and we give parting gifts. Thank you for the conversation.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, my honor to present a gift from the Pearl of Africa. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Andrew. I happen to know a lot about Andrew, so I had to read his profile from the written text so that I don't get off script. Delegates, please allow us to squeeze in one more activity as per the program to be your obstacle before lunch. And that will be, we are having a word of support from our sponsors and a message from our sponsors briefly. And I'll call upon the representative of IFATCA, Mr. Senkubuge Tony. A word of support from IFATCA, our sister federation.
Thank you very much, Michael. In the interest of time, I will stand on the protocol already established. Thank you very much for the opportunity to deliver this goodwill message from IFATCA. My name is Tony Kepler-Senkubuge, and I'm the Regional Vice President for Eastern Africa of IFATCA. And it's both an honor and a privilege to address this important gathering on behalf of the International Federation of Air Traffic Controllers Associations, IFATCA, and in particular on behalf of our African Middle East Regional Executive Vice President, Ahmad Abba, who was invited to this meeting, but unfortunately could not be present in person. He conveys his warm regards and his full support for this regional meeting. First, I would like to extend heartfelt thanks to IFATSEA for the kind invitation. It is encouraging to see our two federations come together at the regional level to engage, share, and collaborate towards the common goal of a safe, efficient, and resilient aviation system across Africa. I would also like to commend the IFATSEA leadership for choosing such a critical and timely theme, digital transformation in CNS ATM, strengthening ATSEP competences for a safer and sustainable future. This is not just a technical topic, it's a strategic imperative, and it speaks not only to the technological evolution, but also to the human dimension that must underpin it. Around the world, aviation systems are undergoing rapid and profound changes, a trend that poses both an opportunity and a challenge at the same time. The modernization of communication, navigation, surveillance, and ATM infrastructure is no longer optional. It is essential if we are to meet the demands of traffic growth, environmental accountability, and international safety standards. So across the African continent, many efforts are underway, from the implementation of the AFI plan and many others. I will not mention all of them, but there is a lot of technology, PBN, ADSB. All of this transformation cannot be defined by hardware and software alone, but requires the technically competent, policy-supported ATSEP workforce. Because while digital transformation brings promise, it also introduces new risks, from cybersecurity, like was mentioned earlier here, cybersecurity vulnerabilities, to system integration challenges, which must be mitigated by strong technical oversight and reliable human capacity. As air traffic controllers, we at IFATCA are fully aware that our ability to deliver safe, efficient service hinges on the infrastructure managed by our ATSEP colleagues. In fact, as we continue to embrace the implementation of ICAO's Global Air Navigational Plan and the ASIBU framework, collaboration between ATCOs and ATSEPs becomes not just operationally important, but strategically critical. IFATCA and IFATSEA share a long history of partnership rooted in mutual respect and operational interdependence. As we face growing regional challenges, from uneven infrastructure to gaps in regulatory oversight, this relationship becomes even more vital. In Africa especially, we must advocate for investments in modern CNS ATM infrastructure, national and regional policies that embed digital transformation with within long-term aviation strategies, capacity building initiatives, and institutional collaboration. IFATSEA strongly believes that policy alignment across technical and operational domains will be key to unlocking sustainability and self-modernization. We welcome opportunities to engage with IFATSEA on regional platforms such as this one to co-develop solutions that reflect both technical feasibility and operational reality. Colleagues, as we look to the future, we must ensure that our action today lay the foundation for a system that is not only digitally advanced, but also resilient, inclusive, and people-centered. Safety and sustainability are not endpoints. They are principles that must guide every step of the digital transformation journey. As I'm about to conclude, allow me once again to thank IFATSEA for extending this platform to IFATSEA. We reaffirm our commitment to continued collaboration in the Africa region and beyond, and we look forward to a future where engineers, technicians, and controllers work hand in hand, not just in operations, but in shaping the policies that will define the next generation of aviation in Africa. In the engagements we've had here earlier today, there are key things I've picked, and I've realized that as IFATSEA is having discussions, we have similar discussions within IFATSEA. We recently had our international conference a few weeks back, and we had a number of discussions to do with technology. Technology is here and we cannot run away from it, but I was impressed by the comments of the president of IFATSEA about Africa leading the way in certain innovations. We are encouraging the same at IFATSEA. Africa leading the way in structuring the work of the Federation. I must say that we cannot resist rapid evolution of technology. In the recent conference, we had discussions about AI, and we know that AI is here, technology is here, but we cannot run away from it, but we must embrace it and up our skills to match the technology. And yes, in the recent few years, especially last year and this year, we are also looking critical at the human element, training, ensuring that we have the necessary skills. So I'm glad that you chose a theme that emphasizes the human element in the equation of air traffic safety. Thank you very much. I want to wish you productive deliberations and concrete outcomes from this important gathering for God and my country. Thank you very much.
Before you leave, like I said, for us we are very generous. Let me invite Sam, the African Regional Director, to present you a token. It is not about size and weight, but the gesture. Thank you. Tony was the former president of IFATSEA. Uganda chapter. Thank you. It was by design that Tony IFATSEA followed the IFATSEA conversation with the IFATSEA president. There are particular words that ring out so loud, and that was embracing change through collaboration and for you to adapt. The president, IFATSEA, mentioned quite a number of things, challenges, successes, initiatives, the ArtSEP future, the initiatives that are on the table, and something I picked on that conversation mainly was about management support. And IFATSEA has a very unique opportunity. When you look at the management of CAA, and I'm sure that's why we have CAA as the main sponsor for this event. When you look at the management of CAA, the patron is the DG. The technical directors, the director airport is a member of IFATSEA. The director, the regulator, the director of DISA is our member, founding members at that. The director air navigation, he was our former manager, CNS. So you can see when you look at the technical side of CA management and the support, we have a very unique opportunity to make this happen, especially when you talk about support at the UN Assembly, ICAO Assembly. Without further ado, let me invite another sponsor for a short message. That's our sponsor from ATNS, Air Traffic and Navigation Services, Mrs. Duduzile Dlovu.
Good morning, everybody. Please allow me to ride on the protocols already observed. My name is Duduzile Ndlovu, and I'm a marketing manager for ATNS. One of the colleagues this morning was asking me how ATNS is able to participate in these events and support these events. You know, it's very simple for us. We value partnerships, as you've seen our slogan, Unlocking Winning Partnerships. So we ensure that we are present and we support as much as we can. But not only that, one of our brand values is customer centricity and safety. And in many ways, ArtSEPs are not only part of ATNS, but also ArtSEPs form part of our customers via training and so forth. And also we value safety and we prioritize safety. So that's why we felt the need that to be present and here and support this kind of initiatives and ensure that these programs do take place and reach their full potential. So from ATNS, we are very grateful to be here. It's an honor to be part of this event and we enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I invite the next sponsor, allow me to make just a light note. When Andrew was having a conversation with the president, he mentioned something like, we are black, the first black president or something. And when I was seated next to the African Regional Director, Mr. Sam, I looked at him, I looked at myself. Now I've just looked at Dlovu, and I'm wondering what, I have a confusion with black and the colors, I think. Anyway, let me invite Mr. Jubilant David, a representative of ECAMS. ECAMS is an airport tower solutions company, and they are our proud sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished delegates, and respected colleagues. So my name is Jubilant King David, and I happen to be the African sales representative for ACAMS. And ACAMS is a company based in Norway. So it's a pleasure of mine to join you at this 15th IFATSEA African Regional Meeting in this vibrant city of Kampala, Uganda. All protocols observed to save time. I believe this year's theme which is digital transformation in CNS ATM, strengthening ATSCP competencies for a safer and sustainable future, could not be more timely or relevant as we navigate like rapid technological advancement in aviation. I believe there is a pressing need to empower ATSCPs with the tools, systems, and knowledge to thrive in this digital era. And I believe this is where this aligns perfectly with outcomes and what we provide to support you to deliver this mission. So Outcomes has actually built a global reputation for delivering modular integrated tower and control room solutions that meets the evolving needs of modern CNS ATM environment. Our systems are designed not just for operational efficiency, but also to enhance situational awareness, safety, and technical interoperability, supporting the competencies of ATSCPs and the institutions they serve. Across Africa, we are proud to partner with aviation stakeholders to modernize infrastructure, support ICAO compliance, and ensure the digital transformation becomes both achievable and sustainable. Before I conclude, I'm pleased to inform you that I'll be delivering a detailed presentation on our core solutions on Thursday, and I'm praying and hope to see all of you here because we can delve deep into what we do, and I believe it will be an excellent opportunity to explore how Outcomes can support your digital transformation journey and strengthen capacity in your respective domains. So on behalf of the Global Outcomes team, I thank you for the opportunity to be part of this conference. I look forward to learning, sharing, and collaborating with many of you throughout the course of this meeting. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and impactful conference.
Thank you so much, Mr. David. Members, delegates, you've been so patient and a very good audience. And this is the time when I announce it is lunchtime, and they're going to direct you. They're going to direct you where you will be going for your lunch. I'm getting the actual directions so that you don't get lost in the complex. A moment.
Yes, I've checked. Me and Brenda, everything is set. You just get out, you enter into the lift, you press level 1.
Where is the lift? In the between where we're having the first floor?
No. As on the security checkpoint, near checkpoint, there's a lift.
You direct.
No, it is okay.
Okay, finally, we get the directions. I think it needed a Google pin. When you get out, you find the lift on your left. You find the lift, press level 1, then you go to Sunset. That's where your lunch has been prepared. It has been waiting for you all this time. You follow that lady over there. Please, thank you very much. After lunch, we have one more discussion. It will be a panel discussion, presentation. That will be the only main activity. Then after, IFATSEA will go into a closed session for only the IFATSEA presidents and the associations. Thank you. I can see you're not moving. Either you're not hungry enough. Sorry? Right now it is 1:30. We shall be using 1 hour. So right now it is 1:30. So we'll be coming back at exactly 2:30. Thank you. Oh, A volunteer? Andrew? Oh. Please, Andrew. I think you've been requested by the majority. Okay. Mandate.
Okay, Africans are spiritual people. Let us thank God for the lunch. Okay, for health and strength, our daily food. We praise your name, O Lord. Amen.
Thank you. Please go for lunch, please. Thank you. Someone has left a very expensive phone here, please. One of our, okay. Yeah, thank you.
He's the first and the last, the beginning and the end. He lives forevermore. Oh, no one else can compare to the great and mighty King, ancient of days. The songs we sing, the air we breathe, it all belongs to you.
Our next presentation, and the last for the afternoon, given afternoon sessions are not that easy. But this will be exciting. We are having a presentation on the evolving role of IFATSEA in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. Our presenter today is none other than Engineer Richard Sembatia. Richard is a practicing engineer registered with ERB, the Engineers Registration Board of Uganda, and is a member of the Uganda Institute of Professional Engineers. He holds a master's degree in power systems engineering and a bachelor's of telecommunications engineering, both from Makerere University. He has served in the Director of Air Navigation Services for a good part of 13 years, but is still a young man. He has a very wide experience in ANS projects, planning and management, maintenance management, and CNS operations, but above all, is very active in research and development, where he is currently deployed. He has worked and coordinated teams to implement ANS projects and initiatives such as the installations of systems, modernization and automation of Entebbe International Airport. He coordinated the COICA grant program for the development of the National Air Navigation Plan for Uganda, that's the NSP, and the development of the ATM-UTM integration roadmap. For those 13 years, is quite a busy man. He has previously served as, very interesting, a computer engineering assistant lecturer at Mbarara University, so he's also interested in passing on knowledge for about 2 years, but focusing mainly on embedded systems, design, control systems, instrumentation, and electronic circuits. But mainly, he's passionate about leveraging open source technology through in-house R&D initiatives for improved efficiency and productivity. So, in a nutshell, he is exactly where he belongs. I can't say he's a happy man, that is up to him. Please welcome Engineer Kato Richard Sembatia. Just a round of hand clap. That is energizing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll ask the selector to project my laptop.
Do you prefer this
Yes.
one?
Greetings, everyone, once again. I'll not bore you through an introduction of myself. I believe the MC has done a wonderful job already. So my presentation today is titled The Evolving Role of IFATSEA in the Era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And why does this matter now? From the previous discussants, one of the key words that kept appearing in most of the speeches was the element of artificial intelligence. And this particular presentation explores other elements within the basket of the fourth industrial revolution and how these elements are likely to affect our work as IFATSEA. Okay? Yeah, so for me to deliver on that, I have a simple outline here. I'll take you through the long journey of the evolution of technology from the first industrial revolution to where we are in the fourth industrial revolution. I'll put a lot of emphasis on the fourth industrial revolution because that's the gist of the discussion. I'll try to explore the implications of some of these technologies on our role as ATSEPs. And then to illustrate or exemplify this impact and the implications, I'll run through a small demo, a recorded demo, of how some of these technologies are likely to be integrated in our day-to-day. And this is a proof of concept. And then we shall go through a discussion of the opportunities and challenges, because every good thing comes with challenges. So in as much as there are benefits to reap from this, there are some challenges that I want to illuminate in the course of the discussion. And then for me to make this impactful, I'll highlight some takeaways or recommendations that we can pick from the discussion. And I'll conclude, and then at the end, we can have a question and answer session, okay? Yes, so the evolution of technology. The leading question here is, where have we come from, okay? Because once you hear fourth industrial revolution, it means there was a first, a second, a third, and then the fourth, okay? So I'll take you through a small description of what transpired from the first industrial revolution. From the illustration that we have on the screen, we started our first industrial revolution around 1784. And the key drivers for this was the discovery or the innovation of the steam engine, okay? So with the steam engine, you had a lot of interventions that improved transport, because the steam engine is what led us to the train, to the rail, okay? And so during the first industrial revolution, there was a lot of connectivity, improvements in connectivity around the world. So before that, because of limitations associated with the means of transport, the movement of people altogether was limited. Most of it associated with the horse, okay? So there was a number of people or industries that thrived on the horse, okay? You had people using the horse for transport, you had people using the horse for agriculture, and so on and so forth. So with the advent of the steam engine, for the first time, you had people able to harness the power of steam to drive the rail, okay? The rail, and this improved the connectivity of the world. Of course, therein was some job loss. You can imagine as a business person at the time, you sell horses, and all of a sudden you have the steam engine, which implied that you literally have no business, okay? And then that took us into the second industrial revolution in around 1870. And the leading driver for this revolution was the discovery of electricity, okay? So you had a lot of activity revolving around the discovery of electricity. And the notable names here were, Thomas Edison, Nikola Tesla, and these are the people who drove the second industrial revolution. And the ripple effect of this was mass production. So you essentially had the abundance of items on the market. For the first time, the idea of a night shift became a reality because the day became longer because we could illuminate the workplace. So this is when people started talking about day and night shifts, okay? And then that came with the assembly line, of course, driven by the incentives of capitalism. You had more goods on the market. And for the first time, people had abundance, okay? Then that took us into the third industrial revolution. And this is the digital era. You had computers. For the first time, you have computers and what we call the PLCs, the programmable logic controllers. that were leveraged in the industries to automate most of the manual work. Of course, what I didn't mention before, the second industrial revolution gave us specialization, because you had the assembly line, you had the need for people to specialize. Okay, you have people specializing in the packaging and the processing and so on and so forth. So in the third industrial revolution, like I said, this is the digital era. You have your digital computers. So you have machines, where you had machines that you can literally command and offer instructions to execute some of the work that was originally done by humans. And you have notable names like William Shakey, the inventor of the bipolar junction transistor, and so many other names. This is the era that gave us the likes of Microsoft, Bill Gates, and Steve Jobs, and so many other people were able to leverage the third industrial revolution to create very big industries. And then fast forward to now, what we call the fourth industrial revolution. The key driver here and the incentive is that for the first time, we have machines that can mimic the intelligence of humans. You note the difference. Before, you had machines that you had to offer exclusive instructions to do a job. Fast forward in the fourth industrial revolution, you no longer have to offer exclusive instructions. You only have to do what we call training, and then after a machine is trained, it can mimic the intelligence of a human. And this has very serious implications, as we shall see. Okay, so the next slide here tries to describe what the fourth industrial revolution is. This refers to the current era of technological advancement, characterized by the fusion of digital, physical, and biological systems. So the word we normally use for this is cyber-physical systems. They are physical systems that mimic the behavior of humans in terms of reasoning, in terms of decision-making, and it's unprecedented. So unlike the previous era, for the first time, we can delegate tasks that require logic, reasoning, and decision-making to the machines. Very serious implications down the line, like we shall see. So this particular revolution is driven by artificial intelligence. Like I said, this is essentially the domain of computer science, where machines mimic the decision-making abilities of humans. Then you have things like robotics. Again, you have machines that can mimic human movement, programmed to mimic human movement. And then the famous Internet of Things. Of course, because of the proliferation of connectivity and all that, you have equipment and machines that are able to communicate in real time, the status, the health, and so on and so forth. And then you have other elements like quantum computing. Because for the previous time, we were always talking about the electrons as a means to transmit or store information. When you go into quantum computing, you're talking about quanta, or the quantum bit. You're using light to do processing. Of course, the implication is you can do faster computations, and sometimes some of the algorithms we use to safeguard systems can no longer apply, because machines are able to do faster iterations and crack passwords and crack codes and so on and so forth. You have elements like blockchain that we shall talk about later, and then 5G. You have 5G, faster transmission speeds. You're able to communicate big chunks of data over short distances, but at lightning speeds. Unlike the previous revolutions that were driven by, number one, steam in the first revolution, electricity in the second revolution, computing in the third, the fourth industrial revolution focuses on intelligent automation and hyperconnectivity across all sectors, including aviation, healthcare, manufacturing, and education. Okay, So we shall now talk about the enablers, the key technologies therein that are giving us the fourth industrial revolution. And I'll try to explain each of these in a simple to understand way, okay? Artificial intelligence, like we mentioned, you have machines that mimic human behavior, okay? We used to think reasoning is a reserve of humans, but now we are experiencing systems that can take decisions in a rational manner, okay? The Internet of Things, you have millions of devices connected to the internet, including things like your home appliances, your refrigerator, name it, your vehicle, okay? So in other words, physical items are able to communicate data to the internet. This has implications, of course. These are serious implications, as we shall see. You have elements like cloud computing. Before, the idea was that for you to host compute or computation resources, you had to have what we call collocated servers. Today, because of this, you don't need to have servers at your premises to do computation. They are providers that offer compute by the hour, by the month, at a given rate. Of course, the implication of this is that anyone, yes, thank you for that. Anyone with some money can afford to buy compute. You don't have to have a lot of money to participate. And the implication is that the barrier to entry is reduced. Okay, we shall see what that implies. They are what we call digital twins. This is essentially a system or a model of a system that is able to process real-time data from any source. So in other words, you have a system like an airport captured in a model, a mathematical model, and then you're able to interrogate or perform scenarios on this model so as to predict the behavior of the real system. So this has also benefits, as we shall see in our context. Because for the first time, if I need to make adjustments on a given equipment, I don't have to interfere with the equipment itself. I do it on my digital twin, and then I study the boundary conditions, and then once I'm satisfied that there are no risks, I can apply the changes to the live system. Of course, this has advantages, as we shall see. There are elements of cybersecurity. Remember, we are looking at the different technologies that have come together to give us the fourth industrial revolution. Because you have millions of devices able to access the internet, cybersecurity is no longer a luxury. This is pertinent, it's part of this. Otherwise, you will have your devices taken over by other actors of whatever intentions. Okay? Robotics, big data. Of course, if you have millions of devices connected to the internet, the idea is that you're able to get a lot of data in a very limited time. A lot of data, and big data tries to explore the methods of making sense out of this data in areas like prediction and so on and so forth. 5G, you're able to do communication speeds of up to 10 Gbps. The limitation is that you can't do longer distances, but you have lower latency and improved performance. This has applications in telemedicine and other data-heavy applications. And then blockchain, we have heard about blockchain. This is essentially distributed trust. You have a system for which, for you to do a transaction, all other people have to accept to that transaction. The idea is that you cannot make a change alone. You would have all to agree on a given change. There are applications to this, ensuring security and so on and so forth. Virtual reality and augmented reality is part of the package of the fourth industrial revolution. You have the ability to create environments that don't exist using virtual reality. There's what we call additive manufacturing using 3D printing, where you have a machine that you feed plastic filaments and you're able to print items, physical items. And some of these machines cost as much as $300. For the first time, anyone with some money can buy a 3D printer and you can print any physical item. We've had cases where people have abused this and people print guns, people print all sorts of things. So you see that many of these things have benefits, but they can also empower people with the bad intentions. The fourth industrial revolution emphasizes sustainable energy production. For the first time, sustainable energy production is a very key driver of the fourth industrial revolution. So there are emerging trends in aviation. Of all this, we see application in aviation, and my next slide goes through some of these applications. Number one, because you're able to do faster data transmission for big content like video, we are seeing remote virtual towers, okay? And the idea here is you can offer ATC services from a central location, okay? For example, if you have a large country, you have remote aerodromes, and assume that it does not make very good business sense to have personnel deployed in these remote stations. For the first time, because of the technologies under the fourth industrial revolution, you can offer ATC services to these remote locations from a central place. So this is one of the emerging trends as a consequence of the fourth industrial revolution, one of the trends in aviation. They are what we call space-based surveillance. The traditional way we've done surveillance is using terrestrial sensors. You have sensors installed strategically in different locations of the country. We are now seeing a trend where we can achieve the same level of performance in terms of surveillance by leveraging space-based services, okay? There are other space-based services such as navigation. People have been talking about GNSS, and communication. You can achieve very high quality communication by leveraging space-based assets. Because of 3D printing, artificial intelligence, we are seeing an integration of the unmanned airspace into manned airspace. There's a lot of pressure now to accommodate the remotely piloted aircraft into manned airspace. These are some of the implications of the fourth industrial revolution technologies onto aviation. They are what we call smart maintenance assistants. This is something we are going to demo here. The idea is that for the first time, you can have computer systems that you can share ideas with as relating to the faults on equipment. You have a fault on an equipment, and in a conversational manner, you're able to ask this computer system to guide you. And then you tell it, you know, I've checked this and this is what I see. Then it says, okay, now let's check this. You take a picture, and then the same way you would relate to an experienced person in your industry. This is also a benefit of the fourth industrial revolution. And at a later stage in the presentation, I'll demo this through a recorded video. The Internet of Things, this is something we've leveraged locally. We have some non-directional beacons in Kisoro and Kasese, and from Entebbe we are able to see the status, and we are able to also control some of these beacons. Of course, before you would ideally have to organize a trip, even for a simple reset. But because of the IoT, Internet of Things, we are able to do some of this work and save on costs and efficiency. Predictive maintenance, I know there is a dedicated panel talking about this, but the idea is that instead of waiting for a fault to happen, you're now able to get to do preemptive maintenance. You don't have to wait for the fault, because sometimes the performance degrades over time, but because you're not collecting that data in real time, you may not be able to pinpoint or tell whether a given module is failing, not until it fails. So with the IoT, for the first time, because of the big data, the data you collect, you can predict failures before they happen. There are implications. It means I don't have to stock so many spares because of just-in-time stocking. I can stock when I need to because I can see trends in real time, okay? There are implications in our industry. Yes, so continuation of the implications. For air traffic safety electronics personnel, the ATSEPs, the fourth industrial revolution demands a transition from traditional hardware-focused maintenance roles to digital data-driven preventive system management, okay? And then there's a consequence to this, as we've seen. We shall have to review business models, okay? If you've been offering most of the CNS services using terrestrial assets, and now you're shifting to service-based models, you're going to have to revise your business models to keep having an attractive business. So these are some of the implications on the industry. Okay, so I have a table here. We are looking at what the traditional ATSEP was focused on, and then as a consequence of the fourth industrial revolution, I look at what the new role is likely to be. Okay, so the traditional ATSEP and the future ATSEP role. Before, our work ideally was so much hardware-centric, focusing on hardware systems, their calibration, and their maintenance. We see that because of the fourth industrial revolution, most of our work is going to be AI-driven with AI assistants and elements like predictive maintenance, like I've mentioned. Number two, our work has mainly been reactive in nature. You have a fault, you react to the fault to correct it, okay? We are seeing that because of fourth industrial revolution technologies, we can now afford to do predictive maintenance or data-informed maintenance ahead of time. The implication is that the downtime reduces and the reliability of our systems improves. Before, we were doing what we call equipment-centric troubleshooting. With the fourth industrial revolution, our role is likely to translate to data-centric cross-domain system analysis. In other words, the idea of specializing strongly in a given domain is going to diminish, okay? The new revolution demands that we are trained across. We understand data systems, we understand cyber security, we understand AI, and so on and so forth. These are some of the implications. Physical site-based monitoring, like I said, traditionally you had to visit a site and, to check the status of equipment. With IoT, you're able to do remote real-time IoT-based monitoring. And then the training before was procedure technical training. You finish this, you go to this, and so on. We are seeing that now the fourth industrial revolution demands that we adopt an agile systems thinking, elements of cybersecurity, data science, and cross-discipline competencies, okay? So in light of the above emerging roles, the fourth industrial revolution ATSEP must pivot to become system engineers, cybersecurity defenders, data analysts, and AI integrators. The emerging roles demand for more cross-domain competence. So the idea of hyper-specialization is diminishing, okay? It's diminishing. So this takes us to the demo, and I'll talk about this just briefly. Because of these technologies, for the first time, we can leverage past system failures. Imagine you're manning a station X, you've been collecting data over the years on common failure patterns, on the methods that were used to correct those failures, and so on and so forth. So right now, with the tools we have in the fourth industrial revolution basket, we can train machines to assist us with our maintenance, okay? You can train a machine to become an expert at a given equipment. You can train a machine on all manuals there are, okay? For example, the AWOS, the Automatic Weather Observation System, I can train a system, a computer system, to understand the behavior of this system, to understand the manufacturer's recommendations, to understand the standard operating procedures for a given station, such that in times of failure, I can have a chat with this system, and it guides me on how to rectify a fault. This is the essence of the demo, okay? So the basic elements of the demo include the ability for the ATSEP to input a question, an issue, or a problem, and then the system can use relevant equipment manuals and previous failure modes or failure incidents to compose a solution and guide me through the process of correcting this problem, okay? And then I can get a final answer at the end. So this is the description. The Retrieval Augmented Generation application, RAG in short, integrates structured data to support ATSEP during systems troubleshooting and maintenance. When the ATSEP submits a query, the system retrieval module, such as the knowledge graph, we have something called a knowledge graph. You construct this using past failures, logs in the computerized maintenance management system, equipment manuals, SOPs for a given station, and then based on that, the AI tool is able to guide you to solve a problem, okay? So the implication of this is you no longer have the challenges that are associated with the personalization of equipment, or if the expert on a given equipment is not around, you have a tool that can guide you on how to navigate and solve a problem. The other implication is you have reduced downtime, you can solve problems faster, and you have preservation of institutional memory over the generations. Okay? So I won't bore you with the underlying technology. We just have the failure history in a database. Then we have what we call a knowledge graph, then a large language model, and then a simple front-end interface from which the ATSEP is able to issue and discuss with this AI tool. Yeah, so I've recorded a small video for this tool. The tool is trained on hours failure modes for a given station, a fictitious station X, okay? So what we have here is the ATSEP provided a question. The ATSEP provided a question. He says, I was on duty and I noticed no weather data on all hours error views. What could be the issues and how can it be solved? You note that the ATSEP was not even able to type the question properly, okay? But the tool is able to run and provide a historical context. We see the first sentence says, okay, possible causes of loss of hours data, okay? So it's based on the historical context and common issues with the hours. It refers to a previous log dated 2024, October 29th, and that the possible causes for no weather on all error views are as follows. It says power loss issues, loose cables, faulty or off UPS, AC mains switch turned off. It refers to a previous log where this happened. And you're able to go through this. So I'll play this video. It's a short video to illustrate the interaction. So these are some of the, after submitting a question to the AI agent, you have suggestions, okay? You have suggestions, and then it takes you through a step-by-step troubleshooting process, okay? Start with the basics, check the power, confirm all devices are on, inspect the cables, check the network. It refers to a previous log where the network was an issue. Tells you to check LED lights on the IRDs. And then if these are not working, it asks you to restart the equipment. And then it takes you through a whole process on how to resolve this issue based on data that the AI tool is trained on and the previous incidents, okay? And then the ATSEP is able to ask, I cannot do a ping test. So the tool guides you through how a ping test is done, okay? This is a small demonstration of that. And then at the end, it offers a summary of the process, okay? Then you can offer another question, says, I have checked, the ATSEP asks, I have checked and all power is okay. How do I proceed? So the tool says, since you have verified that all power supplies are okay for the hours and are still experiencing no weather, you need to proceed with communication and component functional checks as indicated in both the historical manual and the historical context, the equipment manual and the historical context. Okay? Again, it guides you on how to do it. So in other words, you have a virtual expert somewhere, and the same way you chat with a friend, this assistant is able to guide you on the steps to solve a seemingly complex problem, okay? And you're able to offer feedback, on what you've done, and then the process continues, okay? So, this is roughly the recorded demo session for this. Okay, so there are opportunities to the adoption of the fourth industrial revolution. I'll go into these briefly. One, operational efficiency in CNS ATM operations. Knowledge retention across ATSEP generations, because we are able to delegate some of this, the purpose of, we are able to delegate and offer the institutional memory to some of these tools. We can retain some of the knowledge across generations. We are going to see an emergence of new specialist roles, okay? Things like ATSEP cyber analyst, things like data integrity engineer, or things like AI engineer. So these are some roles that were not available before. Because of these kinds of tools, you're going to have emerging roles that were not anticipated before, okay? And overall, you'll have improvement in the cost efficiency of the maintenance workflows. Okay? There are challenges to the adoption. Not everything is one-sided. Yes, there are opportunities and benefits that we can reap from this, but there are also challenges. Number one, resistance to change. Okay? You know that institutions have inertia. Institutions tend to want to stay the way they are. So introducing some of these things, inevitably, you will have resistance to change. Cybersecurity risks from increased digital exposure. As you expose your infrastructure to the internet, as you expose your data to the internet, it is inevitable that the bad actors can also take advantage, okay? There is heavy investment needed for integration and reskilling, because we've seen new roles, new emerging roles. Inevitably, you'll have to reskill, to have dedicated budgets and be intentional about reskilling. And then there's slow adoption of regulatory regimes to guide the safe integration of fourth industrial revolution technologies into the ATSEP workflows, because the industry tends to be ahead of the regulations, okay? One of the questions that comes up here is, if I have an assistant, a maintenance assistant, a digital tool that guides me through my maintenance work, who is liable if I make mistakes? Okay? I followed what the AI tool is telling me, and I ended up banning the equipment. Who is liable? Who goes to the disciplinary committee? Do you take the AI, or so there are some of these lacunas, like the lawyers say, okay? So the regulatory regime has to catch up and try to guide on how safely we can integrate some of these technologies into our workflows, okay? The other limitations is the limited data records for the development of training data sets. Like you've seen in the demo, we are able to leverage previous failures on the system. If these failures are not well recorded or are not digitized, you can lose out on this. So you find in most of the places, people still use books and so on and so forth to record failures. So it means you cannot tap into this, the benefits of AI integration. This is a challenge that we need to address. Okay? So there are some recommendations or takeaways from my discussion. At least if anything is not remembered, at least the items here can be very good to take home and think about. Number one, hyper-specialization will no longer be very feasible. The fourth industrial revolution demands for cross-training. You cannot say, for me, I'm an ILS guy, I'm a DVR guy, or I'm the AOS guy, you see? The new trend requires that you're trained across domains and you understand data science. You appreciate cybersecurity. because we tend to say the first line of defense in cybersecurity is the individual. We call it the human firewall, okay? You have to empower the individual to understand the implications such that you can harness the benefits of this. Data collection through automation of existing manual processes is an enabler of this. You cannot jump from documents, manual way of doing things to automating through AI agents if you've not automated your processes to start with. So you have to be intentional about automating the data collection processes, because this is what earns you the big data for you to train the agents to be able to help you as you do your work. The other recommendation is exposure through benchmarks for best practices. This is a very good fora, for example, to share experiences, okay? And of course, see how some of these ideas can fit into your day-to-day work. Like we mentioned, cyber hygiene is integral to the fourth industrial revolution because you have exposure of systems to the internet, you have bad actors, and so we have to be empowered to protect our systems against the acts of evil, in quotes, okay? Lastly, but not least, we have to advocate for open systems to allow for data sharing, okay? Many times we buy systems that are closed and the systems are treated like black boxes. The manufacturer only trains you just a little to operate the equipment. So my recommendation is that we need to advance to a level where we request for the opening up of systems with standard interfaces. That's how we are able to fetch data from these systems, and this data is what helps us train the models, okay? So as we write specifications, as we do all these specifications for systems, there has to be a deliberate effort to request the OEMs, the original equipment manufacturers, to open up these systems and allow us access the data, because the data is the new oil in this fourth industrial revolution, okay? So the idea of closed systems is not very good if you're to reap the benefits. Lastly, curiosity and lifelong learning is a requirement, because like the previous presenters mentioned, the rate of change of the technologies is fast, so fast. That means if you're doing a 4-year course at the university, by the time you finish the course, the knowledge is obsolete because the rate of change is fast. So what will happen ideally is we are going to have shorter courses, okay? Shorter courses, and then the idea of going through school and say, I've finished, will not apply. We have to be lifelong learners, okay? This is the whole implication of this. In conclusion, the fourth industrial revolution demands that ATSEPs evolve beyond traditional equipment maintenance roles. Our role should evolve beyond simply checking for alarms and reporting these alarms or restarting and so on and so forth. So upskilling is mandatory if we are to keep relevant, okay? Tools like the demonstrated Smart Maintenance Assistant highlight how historical operational experience and AI can synergize to enhance fault diagnosis and systems maintenance. In light of these emerging technologies and ATSEP roles, training organizations, regulators, and ANSPs must review and update training needs, requirements, national aviation regulations, and invest in digital tools to future-proof aviation system maintenance and support, okay? Of course, the demonstration focuses on maintenance, but there are other applications, things like document processing, okay? You have tools that are trained on how to prepare contracts, okay? Many times you receive a contract with errors and typos and things like that. A well-trained tool can help you prepare contract documents, and then the human only proofreads. There are very many implications of this, okay? Much as the demo looks at maintenance, but there are other applications. Things like training. You can have tools that are trained on how to revalidate personnel skills, okay? You have exercises and the tool can identify your training needs and recommend where you need to improve, okay? At the individual level, the modern day ATSEP must deliberately seek for cross-disciplinary skills and knowledge in areas such as data science, cybersecurity, embedded systems, and systems engineering. Okay. At the institutional level, new business models such as those based on service architecture, flexible remuneration models, etc., need to be explored and developed. For the African continent, I have in the conclusion here, the new fourth industrial revolution technologies offer opportunities to catch up. What I didn't mention in one of the first slides is that we barely participated in the first, second, and third industrial revolutions. We were observers, and so we were taken advantage of. There's an opportunity in this current revolution to participate. And why is this so? Because the barriers to entry are low, okay? With a very decent laptop and some curiosity and the internet, you can learn a lot of these things and participate actively in the creation and the leveraging of some of these tools, okay? Before it was complicated, but many of the tools under the fourth industrial revolution are accessible to anyone. All it takes is the curiosity and some urgency. So there's an opportunity to catch up, to be participants, active participants, as opposed to simple observers, okay? And then this takes us to our question and answer session. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello. Like I'd mentioned, this gentleman is very passionate about his thing and is exactly where he's supposed to be. Ready for questions. Interesting about these things, even when you don't understand them, we have a whole basket of panels and discussions and presentation. You take only what you can. I'm welcoming questions. Mr. Robert.
My name is Robert Msonga from Kenya. Thank you very much, my friend Richard. It has been a good session, actually. I'm sure everybody was attentive because it has helped unlock a lot of mystery about AI and the attachments. Now, mine is not a question per se, but it is an observation. Indeed, the first part I think you have mentioned, because I was also concerned because the first industrial revolution is like our fathers or our grandfathers never took it up. So I can say it wasn't our problem. The second revolution, we can say our fathers also didn't take it up. As Africa, I'm talking of Africa. So we can say it wasn't our problem, it's their problem. The second and the third one, which was automation and computing. Most of us here, we are part of it. So we actually the problem on that one. Yeah? We never took up computing, expert systems, and automation seriously, the time the other parts of the world were industrializing. And that's why, even as we speak now, most economies are based on automation. Before the AI, it's based on automation and computing. Yeah. So, having made that observation, let's come to the fourth generation revolution. Maybe we need to take away something on what we can do as Africa and ATSEPs in Africa to be able to catch up on this particular one. Maybe when you can say this one should not leave us behind. Because if it does, the way we are talking about our fathers, our children will talk about us. We sold them out. Yeah? So this one must not leave us behind. This one, we must be at the center of it. What should we be talking about? How do we get at the center? Or rather indication that we are a bit behind, but not that behind. Yeah? Having made that observation, let me come to maybe the CNS area of and how we can integrate AI in the CNS. I know the whole week is going to be about AI and and digitalization of CNS systems and maintenance. I don't want to go those details. But one thing that you have mentioned, which is very interesting, is that many of us have worked for many years. And I'm sure that we have a lot of data scattered all over. And this data, I'm sure, I don't know about other countries, but I'm sure that it does not put in a format where it can be retrieved for future use. That means as far as AI is coming, the data we have been working for, maintenance data, for example, for the last 10 years, I'm sure we have not been stocking in a manner that we can retrieve for the purpose of AI utilization. Or that means we've already fallen back a step. I'm sure many countries, not just my country alone, we didn't anticipate that AI was going to come. So the way I've captured our data, maintenance data, which is a lot of it, which I know it can be used as inferences for AI models, yeah, which could be very handy because I don't see today why I employ a trainee at SEP and he has to start all over when he can use the data already in stock, yeah. So maybe we can get that puzzle out. What do we do about this data which is lying all over and scattered? How do we get this in the AI system so that it can help the generations coming take over from us, yeah? And then maybe lastly, which is a compliment, during break I was looking at a system being developed by Uganda, the Uganda ATSEPs, and Isaac, and I was impressed as a person and also as an organization because I noticed that the CMMS system being developed is one that's actually required. It's just required to link to an AI system, yeah? And if that is done, then we start having what we call African solutions. And maybe it's by having African solutions that we can make a breakthrough in this AI. If you rely on importing AI system already developed, then still you are going to fall back. And maybe just to add, as a region, Africa region, why then can we form a task force specifically? Because if we rely on other continents, we are still going to run behind. Let's form a task force to look into the implementation of AI in CNS, specifically maintenance. Because this thing is going to be sold to us at a very expensive prices. And when it's sold to us, we won't get the technology. But we developed here, no matter how good or bad it's going to be, we are going to develop the technology locally, and we are likely to improve and work on it and make it better. So thank you very much, Richard. I'm so much impressed. I'm happy about this. And I'm sure that as a nation, as a continent, this one will not leave us behind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. That was an observation, so I'm not noting the question. Engineer.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Engineer Sembacha, I think you have done a good job. The only problem I have is that I am actually frightened. In the beginning, you said in the first industrial revolution, remove the horses. Now horses in London, they used to be such great animals. They are no longer of relevance. Now, when you go to America, slave trade didn't stop because people became nice. But because of getting machines which can do some of the work, slaves were no longer necessary. In fact, they released them. But you can even see Trump now, he's chasing people who are doing low-level work. So in the end, as things become more and more computerized and all that, so many jobs are going to disappear. And the actual distribution of population in terms of who is very highly educated and who is a laborer will become quite complicated. So while this thing is very good, we must prepare for the social issues that are going to happen in the immediate future. So I don't know what you can say about how best to protect our populations. Some of us here, of course, we know we can enter the jobs and do them, but other people who are also our uncles and aunts and what, must also survive. Finally, I think that in the end, even the existence of large populations might actually be at this rate because most of the people are there because they can do something. So if there is no longer necessary, I don't know whether there can be World War IV to wipe out the ones who are not necessary. Because we can end up in a crisis. Please. So it's a discussion, I actually think everyone should keep on thinking about it because dangers can come, so we have to be prepared.
When the elders speak, I don't know. You want something?
Can I attempt to?
Please attempt.
For the questions, there are many. Thank you, engineer, for that great observation. One of the, if you follow the discourse on the internet, one of the undeniable facts and fears that are shared in many parts of the world is the threat of job loss. This is a reality. And of course, job loss has been happening, even in the previous revolutions. Like you rightly noted, there were people who were paid to look after horses, to breed horses. And then all of a sudden you have the steam engine and the rail networks, and they were out of business. There were people before who were paid to light up cities, because in the past, before electricity, there were people dedicated to lighting up the cities using, certain types of lights and wicks and so on and so forth. When we got electricity, those went home. There were people who were paid to operate typewriters. When you go into email and all this, the telephone operator somewhere loses a job. The guy manning the post office loses a job. These days, you even have tools that take minutes in the online meetings. As soon as the meeting is done, you have very clear minutes with very clear action points. So the secretary in the meeting is... So one of the funny things that is happening is that before, we used to think that the educated people would be affected last. One of the things happening with this revolution is that it seems to go for the educated people first. So some of the recommendations is people try to learn plumbing. People go back to agriculture. People go back to things that require. So because we thought manual labor would go first, but it turns out this revolution is targeting the educated. So this is a serious concern. And one of the solutions that people offer world over is government regulation. Okay? You have, for the first time, what we call a GPT, a general purpose technology. This is a technology that is able to affect many industries in one go. It rarely happens. We first had this with the internet. The internet presented what we call the ubiquitous nature. The internet was able to affect, the very first general purpose technology was electricity, a technology that can affect multitudes of industries in one go. It rarely happens. Then you add the internet. Today, AI provides the same threat. You see the lawyers complaining, the doctors are complaining, you have tools trained to interpret X-rays and provide 99% accuracy on the diagnosis. You have tools trained to provide legal counsel. You have tools trained as therapists. You go and chat your problems and it consoles you. So we see a serious threat across multitudes of industries. One of the solutions that is offered is government regulation. Government can no longer just watch this happening. There are benefits, yes, but because of the faster speed of change, it is harder to adopt. Like I said, by the time you finish your 4-year course, the knowledge is obsolete. We are seeing impacts in universities. You have tools trained to offer courses. What happens to the universities? Do we still have to do 4-year courses? These are serious questions. Do I have to first do a 5-year course to become a competent doctor? These are serious issues that, for me, personally, other people can have other opinions. I think government has to regulate the adoption of these technologies. The other thing that people rarely talk about is the threat of misuse, the bad actors. We've seen some of these technologies in the fourth industrial revolution basket change the trend of wars. You've seen in Ukraine how the unmanned vehicles are disorganizing the Russians, okay? We've seen what we call deep fakes. It's no longer possible to tell what the truth is. You have AI tools trained to mimic people's voices, and it's hard to falsify this even in court. you have deep fakes and so on and so forth. So there are serious negative implications. You have tools that are trained to assist terrorists to engineer chemical weapons. This is technology that any bad actor can access, okay? So in other words, to answer the question directly, the fears are very legitimate and they are not an issue of the developing world. This is something serious, even the first world is grappling with. The solution is government intervention. Of course, governments tend to mess up whatever they get involved in. We hope that on this one, the regulations don't block, but rather they manage the transition to avoid the catastrophic implications that are likely to happen. I hope I've tried to. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Jack.
Thank you, Michael. So before beginning, I want to explain the AI in my own words. AI for me is a set of technology that combine database and algorithm to simulate human process. So if I define like this, I will join Mr. Robert. Our contribution as African engineer at CEP is to bring our information from our database to integrate it in the way that now Europeans are developing AI with their database, the information. As African, we can contribute first to integrate all the information that we gather from 10 years, 5 years, depend of the region. We keep it, now we can use it and appropriate the AI as Africans. The second level is an algorithm. We can try to write algorithm in such way we can solve our problem in Africa. Based on my experience, a lot of problem in my country is on the power unit. So if we can improve our power supply in our station, with AI, we can help technicians to quickly find the faulty or failure and solve them. So at the end of the day, I think our contribution as African is to integrate our data, our information in the database first and try to write algorithm according to our experience.
Thank you, Jack. For those who don't know, Jack is from DRC, so you know what he's talking about. That's diversity. A question? Director.
Thank you very much, all of you. Mine is not a question. Mine is really a compliment to our engineers who are really demonstrating that they're really looking ahead. Interestingly, a lot of the things that are being talked about or that are being presented here may sound new to some, but in reality, this is nearly the day-to-day conversation in all our equipment rooms and where we work on a daily basis. What I would urge this, the IFATSEA community to now advocate for is the broadening the discussion. For instance, we need to engage more, involve others, share this knowledge. In fact, we need to get to a point where we demystify some of these developments. Some people listening to this think it is extra complicated, but it's just basic understanding, basic data, and being careful and intentional as we. So the other key observation is this issue of transition of the role of the IFATSEA. For us who've been in the industry for a long time, have lived it. Where we started, what our roles were then, our roles kept on evolving to what now is the future. For instance, some time back when I was a manager, some engineers For instance, if you asked an engineer to do something that looked over and above their ordinary duties, they would maybe want to pull out their letter of employment to ask you whether that is part of their job. But now it has become normal that not only do you maintain, but you do many more things than, and this is coming out in the kind of experience or exposure you see with our engineers. What I would advocate for really is the engagement. We've got in our midst now, we've got the regulators, we've got the employers, the HR and others, we've got management members, we've got government officials. And I think we need to really spread the word, to show that some of these things are doable, and we need to engage in them. In the past, if some people actually normally say that we the engineers, or these what we now call IFATSEA, tend to speak to ourselves. We talk in a language that is only understood by us. We talk only to those that we are engaged with. We need to broaden this conversation in order for it to be effective. Thank you.
Thank you. The questions that are being generated clearly, the presentation, who came first? Okay. It's good to be fair.
Yes, good evening. I'm Shadrach Rupe from Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. I'm also a member. And my question is, before even we have implemented completely the ASBU, where is AI in ASBU? Thank you.
Can I attempt to?
Please, it is your flow.
Yeah, so when you look at the ASBU framework, the overarching objective is something they call TBO, trajectory-based operations. When you dig into TBO, the idea is that you'll have a flight from America, for example, flying all the way to whatever destination X with no interaction with a human, okay? So to answer your question squarely, we may not have an exclusive block that tackles AI, because like I said, most of the regulations catch up with the industry, not the other way around. So the ASIB framework is what helps us plan for the industry in a uniform manner. And this is something that goes way back from 2013. Some of these things were not well envisioned. However, if you look at the overarching objective of ASIBU, the TBO, AI is an enabler of some of these things. So I know, inevitably, eventually, ICAO will have to incorporate some of these things. Like I mentioned, the rate of change is faster than the rate of learning and the rate of regulation. But trust me, like we know right now, cybersecurity is a recognized aspect in ICAO. This was not the case before. Things like RAPAs, okay? These are all in the basket of fourth industrial revolution. So eventually, because of the risk associated with many of these things, you will have to go through regulations, okay? Because the industry typically leads the regulations, our regulations tend to catch up from the behind, okay? So I know for sure we may not have AI exclusively stated in the ASIB blocks, but it's an enabler when you study some of these aspirations in the ASIB framework. AI is an enabler, and eventually ICAO will have to exclusively define how some of these tools are certified, what forms is, for example, if I trained, like I mentioned, if I trained an AI tool to guide me with maintenance, if I ban the equipment, or if the interventions kill people, who is liable? There are some of these issues that up to now, nobody really seems to have an answer. If you have a self-driving car and it knocks people dead, whom do you sue? Do you sue the manufacturer of the car? Do you sue the person who bought the car? Whom do you sue? You get the point. So there are some of these lacunas, like the lawyers say, But eventually, ICAO will pronounce itself squarely on some of these issues. I hope I've attempted to. Yes, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I need the help of our MC so that the presenter can understand what I want to say in French. I'm Sunkalo Sireme. I'm from an accept from Burkina Faso. Ok, merci. Je voudrais vraiment remercier le présentateur pour sa brillante présentation. En tout cas, nous avons vu l'évolution technologique. Maintenant, moi, ma question, c'est en termes de formation. Comment transformer les programmes de formation pour répondre aux exigences opérationnelles de demain? I don't know, have you get my question? Okay, thank you.
We can now swap this such that I answer and then the translation. But to
for the rest, you just believe he understood. Thank you.
I'll be very fair and re-echo the question to the native English speakers in the conference. The question is very direct and specific. His question is, how do you adopt the training, the ACCEPT training to accommodate the emerging technologies under the fourth industrial revolution? And to be honest, I have no direct answer, but I will attempt to give ideas. Okay, one of the ideas I already talked about is the rate of change of the technologies is faster than the trainings, okay? The implication is that you're going to have shorter courses. The idea of doing a one-year course, we might be in the last days of doing such courses. You'll end up having 1 week, 2 week, 3 week at a maximum. Because by the time you finish the one-year course, the knowledge is irrelevant. The second thing, and I've always talked about this, everything changes, but the basics never change, okay? Everything changes, but the basics never change. So the implication of this is that trainings have to emphasize the concepts, the basics. Don't be intimidated by the advanced knowledge and all that. There has to be emphasis on the basics. Because whether we are talking AI or we are talking cybersecurity, the basics of these domains never change. If there's anything you can take away from this discussion is concretize your basics. Everything builds on top of the basics. So courses have to emphasize basics, but again, the training institutions have to give us shorter courses, shorter specialized courses. And then the learners have to have a mindset of lifelong learning. When you do a course, please, it is likely that that course will need a refresher or another course after a year or 6 months. This is the reality of this revolution. The pace of change. Many of us, we didn't talk about some of these things during our courses. They were looked at as futuristic and impossibilities and things like that. There's what they call the Turing test. They are computer scientists who are trying to define what forms an intelligent machine. And at the time, the definition is if a machine can understand the humor in a joke, then we can declare it as intelligent. And we've seen ChatGPT interpret jokes. Unprecedented. So can we say we've satisfied the Turing test? I think yes. So the pace of change is so fast that we have to also learn very fast. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Engineer Richard, thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question will point at hyper-specialization. You've talked about the fact that AI is going to remove hyper-specialization, and yet ATSEP certification has been moving toward specialization. And even so doing, the competent powerhouses, if you have people who understand, who have specialized in the different domains of CNS, they'll provide knowledge to feed into the AI platform. So does removing hyper-specialization contradict the concept of ATSEP certification in light of building excellence in competence of the ATSEPs? Thank you.
I attempt to answer. So you rightly observe that the traditional requirement of our industry has been hyper-specialization. But here we are amidst a revolution that requires us to adopt very fast. So this is one of the implications, that some of these training requirements or regulations have to be revised in line with this. This is a reality. 5 years ago, we were not talking about some of these things. So regulations are not static documents. They will have to be revised to accommodate the realities we are facing today. Okay? So it may look a contradiction now, but trust me, with the feedback from such fora, from interaction in so many other working groups, ACAO will have to revise some of these regulations and adopt accordingly. Yes, thank you.
Just in addition, when it says hyper specialization, when you're in NAVAIDS, communication surveillance, whom do you train in cybersecurity? That cross-training. You have to think in that kind of aspects. I don't know if it makes sense. There are new realities that you need to add on top of that ATSEP that you already have. First of all, are they ready to take on the new challenge? Are they trainable? So I think when you say hyper-specialization, it's in addition to whatever has been happening, there are new realities that need to be adapted. How do you do that? There is a common saying that do not leave things of the generals to the generals. This gentleman has been handling this passion since we are 30 minutes extra in what we had allocated, and I'm still seeing some hands. Any more hands? Yeah, because if I let him go on and go on, he's also a lecturer. So I can't allow for us to go all the way. And there is a hand. Question? When someone flies all the way to Uganda, you should go back knowing that Ugandans are very nice people.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Thomas Chauke from South Africa. Sir, thank you very much for the very informative session. I think it's nice, and I think I'm proud as an African to see the work that our engineers are doing. I think whenever you talk about AI, there's a lot of opportunities there for us as ATSEPs to do some research on it. But for me, my question, since I'm in the training space, it's how do we incorporate the AI to our current competency training? Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you for the question.
Okay, now that one is a question coming from the president of SACESPA, South Africa. And please attempt again.
Okay, let me attempt. I may not have very strong answers, but I can share ideas that I've probably already highlighted. The question is, how do the training institutions incorporate AI into their courses and training packages? And the first requirement is to understand the basics of the technology itself. Okay, so on top of the other courses that you offer, the basics in this and that, I think it's high time you also catered for some of these emerging technologies. It could start as simple as introductory basics to data science for ATSEPs, something like that. Introductory data science for ATSEPs. And then in there, people are taught about the databases, are taught about the large language models, are taught about the transformers, which form the core of the large language models. And then there are so many opportunities and training aids that you can leverage. So in other words, you have a generic data science course tailored for ATSEPs. This could be a low-hanging fruit that to start with, to look at, because there are other courses out there, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. How do you tailor these for ATSEPs as a starting point? And then, of course, courses evolve. As you get feedback, you see how to tailor these courses to the prevailing needs. I hope I've attempted to give some ideas on how to repackage or provide course options that incorporate some of these technologies. Thank you very much. And that marks the end of my presentation, and thank you for listening and for the wonderful questions.
Thank you, Engineer Kato, for that great work. For our colleagues, the Ugandans, this, to appreciate, is the reason or essence why we fight very hard to have such engagements in our country. And in this space, I want to thank the Africa Regional Director for trusting us to host and to bring all this Africa here. Of course, we already thanked the CAA and the other sponsors that have already made it possible. I didn't expect all of us to be very attentive after lunch, but you've really stretched this session, and I have to make a few announcements. Special recognition for we have sister associations, UGATCA, that's Air Traffic Controllers Association. We have a very big team there, and I saw their president here, but I think he must have gone for another engagement. Mr. Gaba Timothy with his team. You can stand and wave to us all. Thank you, Secretary General, the members, profession, and all. Then we have President UGATSEA, Mr. Chaze Solomon. He also did not move alone. I think he moved with someone, can also wave. Thank you for being part of the engagement. We also have quite a number of managers from Civil Aviation Authority. We have manager AIS, Aeronautical Information Management Services, Madam Marion Timbarana. She has been very active helping us organize. Then we have manager HR, Madam Jennifer Etitz. Then we have manager ANS and aerodrome standards, Madam Irene Atto, and also say hello. We have manager air traffic management, Mr. Okwant Geoffrey. And then last but not least, we have our founding chairman, UGATSEA, Mr. Matthias Kawes. All our former presidents are here. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion. For some of us, we are at work, we are supposed to be here, but there are those who have really, really invested to come here. And we thank you, and we are honored. For the presentations, we are going to collect all the presentation from day one up to the last day, and they will be put on a drive and they will be shared. So you don't need to worry about their access. That will be made available. Then the next session is going to be a closed session for the IFATSEA and the ATSEPs. And we've been having a team that have been attending online. They're out there listening. They've enjoyed all these privileges, but now with the closed session, the privileges won't be available. So that's just an announcement for our colleagues that are online. But we welcome you. Thank you for being part of us. And then there will be a welcome cocktail later at 6:30 by the poolside. So please, you can join us, each and every one of us, including our guests. But for the closed session, the guests and the sponsors, they won't be in attendance. But you can keep around. I understand this place is quite a very big, beautiful property that really reflects Uganda. Grass, water, flowers, swimming pool. Please, you can enjoy the property while you wait for the cocktail. Maybe lastly, there was a request for a prayer room. For our Muslim brothers, you need to pray at a certain interval. They're preparing a space where that will be made possible. So you can contact me, and I will show you where that place will be designated. I think that's all that I need to announce. Members, thank you for listening. And we are going in for the next closed session for the ATSEPs. And maybe last but not least, I also want to take special recognition. Of course, this wasn't mentioned at the beginning. We have current presidents and former presidents across the continent, but I have to take special recognition for all the ATSEPs and the teams that have come from the different countries that I need to mention, not in order. Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, DRC, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Ghana, Niger, Gambia. Others have attended online. And Angola, my mistake. And Angola, they are fully represented. So you are most welcome to the Pearl of Africa. So, Burkina Faso, you speak French, so I thought you hadn't understood. Please, Burkina Faso, the Burkinabes, the pride of Africa. Thank you, and you're welcome. So please, members, all the ATSEPs and the entire IFATSEA fraternity, you stay behind for a closed door session, and our guests, you can keep around. Don't forget the cocktail. We are waiting for you. Mr. President.
Thank you very much. You've got a program director who's a slave driver here. Let me check with Isaac, the afternoon tea. If it's great, let's take that. We'll take a short 15 minutes. We'll be back at 16:30. Then we start with the closed session. And thank you, Program Director, for assisting with the countries that are present here. I was surprised that Uganda is in attendance as well. But let's take a 15 minutes break, then we'll be back at 4:30. Thank you.